Hello, and welcome to the Atlantic's Progress Report, the State of the Black Community. I'm Candace Montgomery, Senior Vice President and General Manager of Atlantic Live at the Atlantic. We are so glad you are joining us today. Let's jump right in. Black Americans have battled inequalities for centuries: limited access to health care, housing discrimination, disparate education opportunities, and a widening racial wealth gap. But the coronavirus pandemic and last summer's protests against police brutality magnified the glaring injustices in this country. Just this week, not far from where George Floyd was murdered, protesters have taken to the streets in Minneapolis again after another Black man, Dante Wright, was killed by the police. So where do we go from here? Building off the Atlantic's legacy of explicating and illuminating American ideals, today, through a series of conversations, we will examine how we move forward to enact systemic changes that will create a more equitable America. Today's event could not be possible without the support of our underwriters, Allstate, MacArthur Foundation, and PwC. Before I introduce our first interview, I'd like to invite you to be a part of the conversation. Please submit your questions via the chat function on your screen. You can also tweet live with us today by using the hashtag Atlantic State of Race. For our first conversation on the Biden Plan for Equity, please welcome Cecilia Rouse, Chair of the Council of Economic Advisors with Ron Brownstein, Senior Editor of The Atlantic.
Dr. Rouse, thank you for joining us. I have lots of specifics I want to ask you about, but I want to start by getting a better sense of the administration's overall compass for confronting racial inequities. Since William Julius Wilson's work in the late 70s and 1980s, and certainly through the last two Democratic presidential administration, there has been a persistent debate in progressive circles about whether it's possible to close racial gaps in income and wealth and opportunity, primarily through universal programs that benefit all lower income Americans, or whether you need initiatives that specifically target benefits by race. Which approach would you say more characterized the Biden administration's vision?
Well, thank you for having me, and what a really great question and a really important question. So I guess I would say we're trying to do both. So I would say that in the sense that President Biden and Vice President Harris are really very focused on trying to address racial and ethnic gaps along an array of topics, including income and wealth, which in the domain for economists is really very important. Obviously, that starts early, so it's at all levels, but we really are focused on racial and ethnic disparities. And so first, I would say they've got a whole of government approach. So not only are there concerted efforts within the White House to be outreaching to the different agencies and really making sure that we're all focused on how policies and our various activities are impacting communities of color, and rural communities, many different pockets that I think have been traditionally neglected, but let's focus on racial and ethnic communities for now. So really saying, how do our policies affect these really important groups? And we want to just keep our eyes on that and ensuring that our policies are doing right by them and are doing the best that they can do to certainly not be exacerbating gaps and, ideally narrowing them everywhere and wherever possible. I would say there's a second approach, though, which is more targeted. For example, if you look in the American Jobs Plan, there is a proposal to have specific investments in HBCUs and tribal institutions as well. And so that's the reason I would say it's sort of both and, both trying to understand the ways in which general policies are affecting our communities of color. So what are the differential impacts, but also recognizing that there are places where there need to be more targeted investments.
Let's apply that to a specific challenge, as you mentioned, wealth. These figures are not new to you, but the St. Louis Fed recently reported for every dollar a typical white household has, a Black one has 12 cents, a divide that has grown in the last half century, and a typical Latino family has only 21 cents on the dollar. In fact, since 2010, since the crash of 2008, the wealth for the median white family has grown by about 37,000, even by about 19,000 for the typical Latino family, but only about 4,000 for the typical African American family. As you confront a gap of that magnitude, how do you begin to think about the most important certain ways to try to reduce it, to narrow it.
Yeah, no, those statistics are really quite devastating. And they highlight the ways in which we do have economic disparity. So the first is to really understand where there continues to be racial and ethnic discrimination in our labor markets. And even I would say before we get to the labor market, where they exist in our educational institutions, so that children are getting the best education that they need so that they can go on, and have very fulfilling jobs in the labor market. So one is, I would say, addressing labor market discrimination, but two is understanding where some of those pressure points. For example, let's take student loans. So I know there's a lot of debate about whether student loans should be forgiven for all students or some fraction of students, and the president has committed to supporting some student loan forgiveness. But I want to actually go bigger than that, in the sense that student loans, in my humble opinion, have a role in our financial aid system. But we need to make sure that they're being used wisely and smartly, and so that the students have the information they need before they take out those loans. And importantly, we can be doing so much better on our income-based repayment programs, on forgiveness programs for those who go into the public sector. So I think we can do better for those students who go in, understanding that on average, students do better having gone to college or having some kind of post-secondary education. But that they don't all lead to high-paying jobs. And so we need to offer some protection on the back end. And finally,
let me come back to go ahead, finish. Yep.
So then the other component I would talk about is housing. And so really ensuring that there are robust programs to help people, primarily people of color, but low-income individuals, actually be able to afford the down payment, have affordable payment plans, so that affordable mortgages, so that they can afford to make investments in their homes as well.
Let me cut in there, because I covered this in the 90s. There was a big push in the Clinton administration, and then even in the George W. Bush administration, to increase homeownership rates among Black and Latino families. And they succeeded in moving those numbers up. But when the crash hit in 2008, those communities were even more devastated than white communities by the financial undertow and wreckage of 2008. And I believe that homeownership rates among Black and Latino families are still not where they were before the crash in 2008. So let me ask you, given that history, does it make sense? Why does it make sense, in your view, to consider increasing homeownership rates as a critical component of narrowing the wealth gap?
Well, I think it's an important component, because homes provide an important component of wealth at the end of the day. I mean, you're raising a very important question, which is, what's the value of owning a home versus, say, taking the money that you didn't spend in the home and investing, say, in the stock market, which done very well. And that is a question that has, many people asking, is it really better on the long haul to have owned your home or not? But one thing we can say is that home ownership and owning one's own home provides a level of housing security, unless you have a financial crisis, but it does provide a level of housing security, and it provides largely the largest single asset that people have towards the end of their lives. And so what I would say is the crash that precipitated the Great Recession was not the result per se of the housing policies. I mean, they played a role, but it really highlighted the intersection of the financial sector and the financial policies that allowed for the subprime mortgages and allowed for the systemic risk to really build up, combined with housing policies that allowed people who probably maybe shouldn't have been given such generous loans and should have had more collateral, et cetera, so that they had better protection on the downside. So I think we can do smart policy. It does probably involve some subsidization to help low-income homeowners get into homes and not requiring them to borrow when they won't necessarily be able to make the payments. But I would say we don't want to preclude people from owning their homes, because it has become the largest single asset that many people have, particularly at the end of their lives.
Let me ask you about another question that raises this issue of universal versus targeted, and that is the labor force situation of Black women. It took, according to Janelle Jones recently posted from the Department of Labor, that it took until 2018 for Black women's employment to recover from the crash, from the 2008 crash. And in 2020, that recovery was almost completely erased because job losses for Black women were greater than, in percentage terms, than for Black men, white women, Hispanic men, or Hispanic women. What do we need to do differently to ensure an equal recovery that will encompass Black women who may have suffered the most in the pandemic job losses?
Yeah, the Council of Economic Advisors also, we also studied this, and we saw that while many people had understood that women's labor force participation really decreased substantially through this pandemic, it turns out that was almost entirely accounted for by women of color. And so that very much highlighted the role, the dual role that women are playing, which is as caretakers of their children and oftentimes elderly parents as well. But especially as the children were not in school, they had those responsibilities. Also, women of color more likely to be in many of the industries that were hardest hit through this pandemic. So the good news is that this pandemic is not the same as the Great Recession. That is, that the Great Recession was caused by an economic problem in the financial sector. This economic recession is being caused by a pandemic. And once the pandemic is under control, not that that's going to be a switch, but as it comes under control, we will see the economy starting to recover, including in those sectors where we see women of color are more likely to be employed. But I would also just like to highlight that that's part of the reason why in the American Jobs Plan, the president is proposing a historic investment in the care economy. This is would be going to supporting the women, largely women, not only women, but largely women, many of whom are of color, who are taking care of our elders and are disabled. And to ensure that they have good jobs, that they have stable jobs, and so that they are able to take care of those who are most valuable in our country.
Let me ask you, when the president met with the Congressional Black Caucus earlier this week, he said on the way in, we in the last little bit of legislation you helped me pass, and that's a 1.9 trillion little bit of legislation, we reduced child poverty and we reduced poverty in Black communities significantly just by that act alone. One of my objectives there is, my overall objective is to make those changes permanent. Now, obviously, the biggest lever for reducing poverty in the stimulus plan was the expansion of the children's tax credit, both in eligibility and in benefits. But there, despite his comments, there's a great deal of uncertainty about exactly what the White House thinks it can afford in terms of extending that. Can you give us any sense when he says we want to make those changes permanent? Does that mean he wants to permanently extend the benefits in the children's tax credit that were included in the stimulus plan?
You know, the premise of your question is exactly right. The expansion and extension of the child tax credit made historic improvements in child poverty, and for that we are very proud. I'm very proud to have been part of a team to have helped make that happen, and we are definitely supportive and want to make that permanent. In terms of what we're actually going to happen, we are actively working on the next part of what the president will be proposing, as part of the really investing in our future. What I consider the better part of Build Back Better is not just good enough to get past the pandemic. We need to do better than we were before. And looking at important issues such as the child tax credit will be a part of that package. So, supporting middle-class families, supporting families, helping them to live secure lives and to not just be working 2 and 3 jobs, barely to pay the rent, barely to get food on the table, but looking for ways to support our families is really at the heart of what's coming up.
I think you're saying there will be some extension of the children's tax credit included in the next part, but you're not saying exactly how long and how much, but there will be something. Your goal is that it not just go away at the end of this year?
I would say that I'm not going to make news here, but what I would say is that look, this was really important. This was an important piece of legislation. We know the consequences of children growing up in poor households, and that if we really want to be generating greater economic growth, expanding the capability of the U.S. economy, it's important that all of our citizens are developed to the fullest of their potential. And so we know that alleviating child poverty is part of that task.
Yeah, going back to our original construct of universal versus targeted programs, certainly, and you alluded to this as we were talking, certainly there is a view that when it comes to narrowing racial disparities in income, education is one of our most powerful levers. The president ran on universal pre-K. He ran on 2 years of free public community college, which would in fact convert us from a 13-year system of guaranteed public education to 17 years of guaranteed public education. If we are going to, in fact, narrow these racial disparities in income and wealth, how significant is that kind of expansion in your mind to doing so?
Well, I'm a labor economist who studies education. I believe in the power of education. I think we've got, talented people all through this country, Black, brown, in rural areas and urban areas. And it's so important for everybody to get that kind of education that allows them to think creatively, think critically, to help us develop the innovative systems we're going to need to solve a lot of the knotty problems we have in this world, climate change being among them. And even how do we ensure that we have a democracy going forward that's able to address these problems? Mm-hmm. So I believe that a high quality education is the foundation of that. We know from the studies of pre-K, going back to abecedarian and peri-preschool, that there are payoffs that last well into adulthood. We know the value of each additional year of schooling, including a year or 2, 3, or 4 of college. And so I believe that there is a lot of power in ensuring that people and all of our kids have access to a high quality education. So I believe it's quite powerful, but you're talking to a labor economist, and this is what I study.
As a final question, one of the things we have watched is economic opportunity concentrate into what are being called superstar cities in many cases, and particularly in the digital economy. The Brookings folks have done terrific work, kind of documenting how that has happened. But it's striking that even in many of the cities that are seeing the greatest growth in income, the greatest growth in jobs, they still are not seeing their kids from low-income and minority neighborhoods on a track to compete for those jobs. John Hickenlooper, when he was the mayor of Denver, used to call it the Denver paradox. We attract people from all over the world because our economy is so good, our quality of life is so good, but we can't get the kids from our own low-income neighborhoods on a track to compete for the jobs we're creating. And I'm just wondering, is it enough to, if you build it, they will come? In other words, can you increase the number?
I'm so sorry.
No worries. We don't want to lose anybody,
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry.
My question was, if you increase the number of Black and Latino kids with advanced educational credentials, is that going to be sufficient to ensure that they are receiving a share of they're an equitable share of the opportunity that is being created? Or do you need other kinds of inducements, like a robust affirmative action program through federal contracting or otherwise? You've done research on this, touches on this very question.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So I believe that a good quality education is the foundation of any progress we're going to see. But as you highlight, that is not in and of itself, it's sufficient. It's necessary, but not sufficient, as we would say to a mathematician. And that is to say, if we still have discrimination that exists in our labor force, that's not going to be enough. So I do believe that it has to be not just like the Biden-Harris administration is doing a whole of government approach to addressing racial and ethnic inequity or to addressing equity. I think it's a whole of society approach to ensuring that everybody has access to equal opportunity. And so that does mean really trying to address racial discrimination where we see it and address that. It does mean ensuring that our smallest businesses are able to compete. It means ensuring that our neighborhoods, not just that the schools are high quality schools, but as the children are getting to school, that they're safe as they're going to school. It means ensuring that our health systems are providing for healthy children all through their lives and into adulthood. So I think it really goes to the whole of society if we're really going to get to the kind of equity that I think many of us envision for our country.
Dr. Rouse, thank you for joining us today.
You're very welcome. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
And now for a conversation on the economic state of Black America, Please welcome Raphael Bostic, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta, with Jillian White, Managing Editor of The Atlantic.
President Bostic, thank you so much for being here. We have so much to discuss, so I want to jump right in. Given what we're seeing in Minneapolis again this week, I wanted to read briefly from some statements he made last summer after the murder of George Floyd. Systemic racism is a yoke that drags on the American economy. This country has both a moral and economic imperative to end these unjust and destructive practices. I believe the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta and the Federal Reserve more generally can play an important role in helping to reduce racial inequities and to bring about a more inclusive economy. So I want to start there. Can you talk to me about what you see as the Fed's role in reducing racial inequality and what tools are at the Fed's disposal to do so?
Well, first of all, I want to just say good morning to you, and it's really good to be here. When I think about things that the Fed can do, one of our most important tools is our monetary policy and setting an environment and a foundation such that the economy can grow in a stable and sustainable way. That's the way people get jobs, and having a job is actually a precondition for people to be able to be stable and secure in terms of their living. But there are other things that we do as well. We're a bank regulator, so we can encourage the banks that we oversee and engage with to make sure that they're looking for opportunities to invest capital across their entire communities, including Black communities and lower income communities across the country. And then the other thing that we do, and I actually spend a lot of time doing this, is talking to business leaders, to community leaders, and to people in neighborhoods across this country to find out what's working and what's not working. And then when we see things that aren't working, to try to tell as many people as possible so that energy and effort can be devoted to try to find solutions to make sure that those barriers stop being barriers and people can more gainfully and fully engage in our robust economy.
Thank you. And we're going to drill down into several of those issues a little bit more during this discussion. So since you made those comments, it has been a truly harrowing year. We've had several police instances killing Black Americans, a pandemic that has disproportionately affected people of color, an economy that has suffered a pretty major blow from COVID-19. So all of that to ask the big question that we are here to answer, which is, what is the state of Black America right now economically?
Well, when I think about the economic state of Black America, first thing to recognize is that even before the pandemic, the state was not as strong as it could be. Income for African Americans, the median income was about 60% of the median income for white Americans. If you look at wealth for the average white American, for a median white American, and for a long time has been about 10 times the wealth for the net worth for African Americans. When you look about unemployment rates, in 2019, just before the pandemic, the African American unemployment rate was about double the unemployment rate for white Americans. And if you look at home ownership, which is one of those key assets for people's wealth, African Americans have lagged in terms of home ownership for many, many years. So the pre-pandemic experience has not been nearly as strong as it could be. Then we get to the pandemic, and the pandemic has actually made things worse in many regards. If you think about it from a health perspective, we know that COVID has hit Black communities harder than they've hit other communities, and that happened starting very early in the pandemic. And then if you look at economic impacts, when we think about job loss, African Americans, the number of African American workers that are out of work and have lost their jobs is greater than it is for others. And in part, this is because African Americans are disproportionately in low-wage jobs, and we know that low-wage jobs have taken a bigger hit during the pandemic. But then you think about things like small businesses. We are actually releasing a study today, a report today, that shows the results of some small business surveys that we've been doing through the pandemic. And one of the reports that is out there is that Black businesses were much more likely to experience significant stresses as a result of the pandemic. So we are seeing this. Also, when you think about home ownership, I talked about that earlier. There's a study by the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia that has noted that African Americans are much more likely to have stopped paying on their mortgages, taking advantage of some of the forbearance programs than others. And I think all of this is a sign that the pandemic has really made things much more difficult for the African American family.
So I want to stick on homeownership for a second. You know, one of the few bright spots over the past couple years has been how low interest rates have been. And one of the benefits of that is if you purchase a home, you perhaps get a nice low interest rate, makes those monthly payments easier, or perhaps during the pandemic, you're able to refinance and recoup some savings. How much have Black families been able to participate in that savings?
Well, we haven't done a robust study today for what's happened in the last several months, but I will tell you the history on this front is not very positive. Some researchers in my bank have done an analysis of what happened during the Great Recession when the Federal Reserve reduced interest rates in the period right after the economy collapsed. And what we saw was that African Americans did not refinance. They did not take advantage of those lower rates to get the benefits that you just talked about nearly as much as other homeowners. And that's really money that's left on the table. If we saw those same patterns now, African Americans will be left behind. And so I'm very concerned about this. Is something that we talk about a lot. And I'm glad you're raising it because we need to make sure that when there are tools and there are situations that are available to allow Black homeowners to benefit, we need to make sure they take advantage of those things.
Do we know what the barrier is? Is it an information gap? Is it something else? Do we know why Black families haven't been able historically to participate in those types of savings and those types of programs?
So we don't know, and there are a lot of different potential reasons. One could be a lack of information, so people aren't aware or are not as sensitive to what we're doing in the Federal Reserve. And I say all the time, most people have no idea what we do, so maybe African Americans are not paying attention as much and aware. There are also questions about credit quality. And we know that African Americans, on average, have lower credit scores than others, and maybe that's a deterrent. But there is also, I think, and what we definitely need to look at, a concern that I have is that African Americans don't actually have as much faith in the financial system, and so they're not as aggressively willing to engage it. Maybe people feel like they're fortunate to have gotten that mortgage the first time and don't want to push it or chance it in the next time. So we're going to explore all of those because the answers on how you make things better really differ depending on what the cause is.
That's really fascinating. And it reminds me, I want to go back to something else you said about small businesses and how Black small businesses in particular during the pandemic have suffered. I was thinking a lot about how in the wake of George Floyd's murder, and as we saw some of these racial uprisings, some of these moments, one of the things that was a real push was to support Black-owned businesses. And I think a lot about that in terms of what we know about access to capital and how it is much harder for people of color and for Black business owners to access capital in our financial system. So I'm wondering, one, have you seen any progress in access to capital for Black business owners? And two, do you think that the push to support Black businesses is in lieu of that in some way? And is it helpful?
Well, let me just say, first of all, we learned a lot in the pandemic about how Black businesses get financed and actually how they don't get financed. So if you think about the Paycheck Protection Program, which was the main program for supporting small businesses, to take advantage of that, you really needed to have a strong relationship with a banking institution. And what we saw is that Black small businesses in particular, and especially the ones with 1, 2, or 3 employees, did not have those relationships. So they needed to rely upon different sorts of capital and access to capital. And I think this is one of the reasons why we saw a significant decline in the number of small businesses in Black communities very early on in the pandemic, just not having access to that capital. I do think that efforts to focus on supporting Black businesses is actually a useful approach because we need to make sure that they're getting the cash flows that are required because they're going to be less likely to have that buffer of savings or that buffer of capital they can access that can allow them to weather the long storm that this pandemic has been.
I want to talk a little bit about the 1.9 trillion stimulus package that was recently passed. I think there has been a lot of excitement about what that can do to kind of jumpstart the economy potentially. What can that do for Black communities in particular? And is it enough? Do they potentially need more?
Well, let me say, first of all, that I've been really heartened by the response on the fiscal side of policy. We've had 3 rounds of support with the idea that we need to provide relief for families and for small businesses to make sure that they bridge this crisis and get to the other side as strong as possible. And I think all the evidence suggests that this relief has been really successful. And that's something that I think is a really positive outcome from this pandemic. That said, what we've seen in terms of our surveys of lower income and minority communities is that the recovery is going to be slower. And if we talk to nonprofits and we talk to businesses in those communities, they're not seeing the robust rebound that is reflected in a number of the aggregate data points that are out there right now. And so we're just going to have to make sure that we are monitoring what happens in these communities. We continue to talk to them so we can understand what that trajectory of recovery is going to look like. I say a lot that, we have an average number, the average GDP or average unemployment rate, but there are very few people who actually live the average. And we know that in many African American communities, they're doing worse than the average, and in some instances, a lot worse than the averages. So we need to make sure that we keep an eye on that and don't give up on the relief and recovery efforts too soon.
So let's stick on that idea for a second, because I think a lot of people were really heartened to see some of those big job addition numbers in the past week or so, maybe past 2 weeks. And I wanted to know, to what extent are those reflective of gains also being made in the Black community? You mentioned at the top of this that historically the Black unemployment rate is roughly double the average, double that of white. So how are Black communities doing in adding back jobs, which are so clearly the cornerstone of economic health?
Well, the aggregate numbers, I think, are showing that Black workers are coming back into the workforce. Now, the unfortunate reality is that they were forced to exit the workforce at much greater numbers. So the gaps have not fully closed, but they are closing. And the question we just have to be mindful of is, what does that pace look like? I'm hopeful that in the next several months, as the economy continues to rebound, as more people get vaccinated and everyone feels much more comfortable engaging in our economy in a very social way, that a lot of the jobs that we've seen lost will come back. And a lot of African American workers who have been on the sidelines will again return to our labor force, start to get that cash flow and that income, and rebound in a way that allows them to step away from precariousness. Because right now, I think, even though there's a lot of relief out there, there's a lot of stress that people have gone through. And until we get to a really stable foundation, I think that many are going to remain worried about where they are in their station in life.
Speaking of relief, I want to ask you about something that is near and dear to my heart, student loan debt. So we know that this crisis in particular has really impacted Black Americans. Black college students are more likely to take on debt than any other race. And there's been a lot of talk as we entered the election and afterwards about what level of relief there would be. Right now, a lot of people with federal loans have forbearance for a little while. What are your suggestions on lessening the burden of student loan debt, particularly for the Black community?
So I'm not an expert on student loans, so I'm just going to say that right in the outset. But we talked about mortgage lending and how the reduction in interest rates was an opportunity for borrowers to reduce their payments. I think in the student loan space, to the extent that that's possible, people who have that debt should be looking at opportunities to lower the burdens that they have, because interest rates are much lower in some instances than they were when that debt was originally taken out. So I would encourage thinking about that, and those of you who are watching who have student loan debt, think about whether there are ways to get that debt into a lower cost environment so that your payments and your burdens can be reduced.
I do have one question to follow up. When we talked a little bit about refinancing, and you mentioned that there could be lots of reasons that Black Americans are not participating. One may be a hesitancy to have those relationships with the credit system, with the banking system, because they feel like they were lucky to get something in the first place. I could see that extending to so many things beyond mortgage and refinancing. What is your suggestion for how we bridge those gaps and how we create a kind of better relationship between the banking system and the Black community?
Well, I think your observation is spot on, and there's a lot of evidence in the research community that shows that African Americans are more timid in the finance space. And so that is something that we as a community need to be much more aware of. We need to be talking about this in our churches and in our community groups and over the dinner table to say, look, we have to make sure that we stand up for ourselves. We have to be willing to negotiate on price and not let the environment really intimidate us so that we just take whatever we get, because many of the processes that are out there and many of the policies that are being enacted people are encouraged to say, get what you can. And to the extent that they don't get pushback, that's what you're going to get. So we need to make sure that happens. On the flip side, I do think that there are many businesses where compensation is tied to how hard or how willing you are to charge a higher price. And so, I would encourage employers to think about, are there other sorts of compensation structures such that that kind of approach is not so emphasized, because maybe that can be a way to create stronger relationships with your borrowers and maybe create a word of mouth reality such that you wind up with more customers. So I think there are many options, and I think that everyone needs to think about the range of possibilities.
I want to ask you about comments you made recently about reparations for systemic racism that has impacted the ability of Black Americans to accrue wealth. How can this country begin to right that wrong?
Well, the one thing I would say on this is that the issues around African Americans and wealth building and the state's role in preventing that from happening are widely and long recognized, and this happened a long time ago. And there's been a lot of life that people have lived through that period to really bear that burden. And so I think it's important that we consider a wide range of possibilities and approaches to trying to make amends for that. Reparations is one of them, but one of the things that we're doing, and I would just say I've really been pleased by this, we have a Racism in the Economy webinar series that we started in October. And one of the focuses and one of the approaches that we've taken on is we want this to be in the solution space. We acknowledge that there are these longstanding issues, but we actually need to spend more time having conversations about solutions and bringing together a wide range of people to wrestle with those solutions so we can figure out what's actionable. So in this space, and for reparations for other things, trying to convene and build those conversational relationships so we can work through and figure out what's possible, I think that's really the approach that we've got to take.
I think the conversation around solutions is kind of the perfect segue for my final question for you, which is, what is the most significant change in terms of monetary policy that you think could help Black Americans improve their economic outcome?
Well, I actually think the most significant change recently has already happened. So we revised our long-run statement on monetary policy to do two things that I think are important. One is to acknowledge that when we think about how labor markets are performing, how the economy is performing, we consider the experiences of everyone and not just look at the average. And we are much more explicit on that right now, and I think that's very important. But the second thing that I think is also important is that we have taken an approach, and we've said we're going to take an approach where we're not going to preemptively try to slow down the economy and prevent it from overheating. Historically, what happens is that as employment and labor markets get tight, as employment gets very high, there's greater risk taking, which then triggers heightened inflation. And the Fed historically has tried to move up interest rates to slow down the economy before that happens. What we've seen in the last 10 years is that the economy can run a lot hotter than we ever expected without seeing that inflation. And so we're going to wait to see that inflation happens before we start to slow down the economy, and that will benefit African Americans, because what we've seen is that as the economy and expansions grow, African Americans are usually some of the last groups to really see the full benefits. So if we can have that go longer, that will be better for African Americans, and hopefully will really help our whole country be much more resilient and be stronger and more innovative.
Well, I could absolutely have this conversation all day. This is so fascinating and informative for me. I think we're going to leave it there. President Bostic, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today.
Thank you very much for having me.
Candace, back to you.
Throughout the day, we'll hear from some of our writers and contributors for what we are calling Ideas Out Loud. They will bring their writing to life to help us deepen our understanding of the lasting impacts of systemic racism and the bold solutions needed to enact change. For our first video, please welcome Clint Smith, staff writer at The Atlantic, explaining the history we must remember.
Hi there, I'm Clint Smith. I'm a staff writer for The Atlantic and the author of the books Counting Dissent and How the Word is Passed. And I'm happy to be here with you all today. Sometimes, when we have convenings about the state of Black America, especially when those discussions are centered on economic questions, there can be a lot said about what the Black community needs to do moving forward to create better conditions in our community, but not as much that's said about the history that created the contemporary conditions in the first place. Looking forward is important, to be sure, but in order to ensure that we don't fall into the trap of implicitly suggesting that Black folks are somehow to blame for the socioeconomic conditions that so many in our community find ourselves in, it's worth naming, even briefly, the state-sanctioned decisions that created the contemporary landscape of inequality to begin with, to remind ourselves that this didn't happen by accident. Of course, there was slavery, the 4 million enslaved Black people having been worth more than every bank, factory, and railroad combined. And then after emancipation, receiving zero recompense for 250 years of free labor. There's the Freedmen's Savings Bank, which was ostensibly created to help the formerly enslaved after emancipation and took the money of tens of thousands of depositors, equaling nearly $3 million. But the bank shut down less than a decade after it began, taking the money that Black folks had deposited with them. What that meant was more than half of the accumulated Black wealth by 1874 disappeared through the mismanagement of the Freedmen's Savings Bank. Half. Just gone. There's the 1790 Naturalization Act, in which only, quote, free white persons of good character could be naturalized citizens. Only white people could vote, serve on juries, hold office, and often own property. White racial preference on immigration didn't end until 1965, 175 years later. There's the Homestead Act, which gave away hundreds of millions of acres to own land west of the Mississippi, almost exclusively to white people, providing the bedrock for millions of white families to build homes and businesses for intergenerational wealth. There's also the National Labor Relations Act of 1935, which granted unions the power of collective bargaining. Except, these unions often excluded Black people from their membership. It was written into the law that they were allowed to do so. Then, of course, there's the Federal Housing Administration and the practice of redlining. Black people, for generations, weren't given loans to purchase homes. Between 1934 and 1962, the federal government backed $120 billion worth of home loans, and more than 98% of them went to white people. There are economists who estimate that up to 80% of lifetime wealth accumulation depends on the intergenerational transfer of assets and resources, meaning the things that our parents and grandparents and great-grandparents either got or were prevented from getting shape what our lives look like today. It seems intuitive, but all of this is worth remembering as we embark on these important conversations today. Thanks for letting me be a part of it.
Now for a conversation from our underwriter Allstate to discuss breaking with tradition, expanding diversity on Wall Street. Please welcome Mario Rizzo, Chief Financial Officer of Allstate, with Sydney Dillard, partner at Loop Capital Markets.
Good morning, and good morning and welcome. So today I'm joined by Sydney Dillard from Loop Capital Markets, and Sydney and Loop Capital have been terrific partners of Allstate for many years. And back in November, Loop Capital, along with three other minority, women, and veteran-owned financial firms, led a 10-firm syndicate made up exclusively of diverse financial firms in executing a $1.2 billion senior debt transaction for Allstate. It was the largest corporate debt transaction ever done that was led exclusively by diverse firms. Now, companies like Allstate issue debt all the time, and typically the way it works is, we'll pick out our partners and we'll create a syndicate, and usually we'll pick one or two of our larger banking partners. You can kind of guess as to who that typically might be to lead the transaction, and typically those firms leading the transaction are really calling the shots during the deal, making the decisions, and really playing a significant leadership role in the transaction. So as we were preparing for Allstate to do this deal, I was talking to our treasurer, and I felt like we needed to do something different and do something more from a diversity perspective. And I said, we should include, much like we have historically, diverse firms in the syndicate, but I'd like to kind of increase the number of diverse firms in the syndicate. And I'd like to pick one to play a leadership role in executing the transaction. So my thought was do more, push the needle, and make some incremental change. And that's the concept that I went to our CEO, Tom Wilson, with, this idea of really changing our approach to be more inclusive in the transaction we were about to execute. And what Tom really pushed me on was, why not do a deal that's made up exclusively of diverse financial firms? So his thought was, how do we really push the envelope and make something more than incremental change? And it really got me and our team thinking about it, because the answer to his question was, well, nobody's ever really done that before, and there's risk in doing that, and there's not so much risk for Allstate, because to the extent our transaction wasn't successful, we could always come back to the market and do another deal. But there would be potentially risk in just having exclusively diverse financial firms leading the transaction. But it really spurred what I thought was really good, constructive dialogue internally with some potential partners that we had relationships with, like Loop, with some of the existing bigger financial institutions that we've done business with throughout the years. And the more we talked about it, the more, the resounding answer was, this is something we really should try to do and really lead, in terms of just doing something that materially moves the needle in this space. And that's really kind of what got us to the point of doing the transaction exclusively with a group of exclusively diverse financial firms. So with that as context, really the first question I have for you, Sydney, is how did, when we approached Loop about the idea and the opportunity, how did you all think about both the opportunity and the risk, and how did you process that, the kind of doing something meaningfully different?
Mario, that's a good question. I think, first of all, we were complimented and excited for the opportunity. Those are not the calls that we get every day. We want to have that as a problem, a high-class problem as we move forward. But it was not surprising to us that if anyone were to take that bold step, that it would be Allstate. Based on, all the ways that we have worked together with Allstate over the years, certainly was not surprising to us. But the other piece was, as I mentioned, we don't get those calls every day, but we were excited for the opportunity, right? In our firm's 24 years, this is kind of what you are preparing for, right? We've worked in these roles, as you mentioned, when you talk about the syndicate, we've worked as a part of a broader syndicate, as a joint lead with other larger firms. So we certainly know how to play well in a sandbox with others. But, in this opportunity where Loop ended up really being the lead of leads on the transaction, we had not had that role before, but we were well prepared for it, right? And so even though, this was the first opportunity of this size, this scale at $1.2 billion with a corporate, with an all minority firm syndicate, the organization had the competencies and the capabilities to do this deal successfully, right? It's what we've been doing on the public finance side of our business, for many years. And it is what we had always been prepared to do on the corporate, on the taxable side of our business. And we needed to meet that preparation with an opportunity. And that's what Allstate provided in the context of this transaction.
So I guess in hindsight, as I think about it now, it all seems so logical, and it seemed like clearly there was an opportunity in there, to do something meaningfully different. What do you think the principal barrier has been historically for minority women, veteran-owned firms to play the kind of lead role that Loop and others played in the transaction?
Yeah, I think that's, it's a good question. And there's a little bit of a historical perspective to this, right? And without digging into, kind of all of the regulatory history, but, one of the key factors that really has made it so that the market has evolved to, really, more of the spoils going to larger universal banks and bulge bracket firms was really driven by the repeal of Glass-Steagall, right? Over a couple decades ago, because prior to that time, right, being a pure investment bank, those were the institutions that were doing the securities underwriting transactions, right? Because your traditional commercial banks, which a Chase Bank was at the time, Citi was at the time, et cetera, were not allowed to do that. And so then when Glass-Steagall was repealed, and those banks were able to engage both in providing credit as a commercial bank, but also engaging in securities underwriting and investment banking activities, that really changed the landscape, right? And it really made it so that it was really the uber large firms that really began then to drive the market and gather the opportunities, right? And those are the things that you had to think about as you guys are looking at the transaction as well, right? Like you touch base with those institutions that you work with that support you from a credit perspective and really kind of elicited their input. Now, the good thing is that, those banks are issuers as well, like you are, and we have relationships with them and we work with them on their transactions as well as those transactions for third parties like an Allstate. And so they've had an opportunity by virtue of that to see how our firms participate in that process, and what our capabilities look like vis-a-vis how we work on their transactions, as well as how it is that we work with them on the transactions of others. And so really, what we've been building over time is, that having a view into our capabilities with the broader market that made it so that when you went to them, right, and they said, yeah, we think that's a great idea, and they can get that done, that it also gave Allstate the confidence to move forward as well. But there was certainly, on your behalf, you wanted to make sure it got done. You're right. You can go and do another bond transaction, right? But if we didn't get it right, we wouldn't soon probably get another opportunity in the way that we had. But we knew we were prepared. And so not at all surprised that we got a great outcome. And in fact, are very proud of that. And the market has taken notice.
Great. And the last thing I'd say, Sydney, is the biggest compliment I can provide is as the deal was being executed, I was having a conversation with Tom, and I said, Tom, this looks and feels like any other debt transaction we've ever done. We didn't have to sacrifice anything. As a matter of fact, I think we were able to bring some new investors into the deal. That's right. And I think, again, the fact that it looked and felt like any other transaction. So, congratulations to Loop and all the other firms involved in the deal. It's something that I know at Allstate we're particularly proud of, and we're proud of the partnership that we formed between our two firms over the years. So, thank you, Sydney. Any final thoughts before we move on?
Yeah, the one thing that I would share that was really an interesting part of the process for what Allstate has done overall from a diversity perspective. But Mario, you may remember this, but we had as a part of this transaction, we did non-deal investor meetings. But there was one meeting that we had in particular with one of the larger fixed income asset managers. And one of the things that they said as a part of that discussion, because in your presentation, your investor presentation, Allstate, had information around what you were doing from a diversity perspective overall. Clearly, in addition to this transaction and our firms representing you and setting up the investor meetings, et cetera, and then what would then lead to a transaction. And you talked a lot about your diversity efforts. You showcased our firms as a part of that process, as well as updating on Allstate. But what the investor said was, we love what you guys are doing from a diversity perspective. And in fact, that is one of the reasons why we hold your bonds in our ESG portfolio, because of what you do from a diversity perspective. And I thought that that was particularly poignant because we talk a lot and we've gone around and around for decades now around, is diversity good for business? Or what's the business imperative for diversity? And for me, that comment from that large fixed income investor really said it all around what the business imperative is for diversity. And it was showcased through, where it is that they place your bonds by virtue of that, and really what it does for you as an organization in terms of having access to the broadest base of capital possible for your transactions.
Great. Well, thanks, Sydney. And again, we appreciate the partnership and congrats on a great transaction.
And kudos to Allstate as well. We tell everyone we know, so we appreciated the opportunity, Mario. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Still to come on the Atlantic's progress report, Marcia Fudge, Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, and Jamel Hill, contributing writer for the Atlantic. For a conversation about the business community's response, please welcome Hope Knight, President and CEO of the Greater Jamaica Development Corporation, and LaFawn Davis, Group Vice President of Environmental, Social, and Governance of Indeed, moderated by Annie Lowry, staff writer at The Atlantic.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here with LaFawn and Hope. And I want to start off by talking about where we are now. So we just are still in this extraordinary, unusual pandemic that has had a very severe, but hopefully short-lived recession coming along with it. And we know that that's had a disproportionate impact on Black workers, Black businesses, Black small businesses, Black entrepreneurs, Black communities, nonprofits in Black communities. And so I want to ask both LaFawn and Hope whether you're seeing that gap start to narrow, or just what you're seeing as the economy begins to reopen and as we're getting more shots in arms. So Hope, perhaps we could start with you.
Yeah, so happy to be here. So, we are seeing that businesses are still struggling. The economy is beginning to open up in New York City. I work primarily in Southeast Queens, and small businesses are open now, but it is difficult for them. One of the things that I have seen is that business corporates have come with some response in providing some grant capital to help small businesses tide them over until the economy is more fully open. I think that businesses are starting to understand that they need to make investment in small businesses in underserved communities, particularly in Black communities where there was sort of a double whammy of the pandemic and this economic difficulty.
Okay, great. LaFawn, I was hoping that you could address that same set of issues from your perspective, more perhaps on the hiring side.
Absolutely. So I think what has happened through the pandemic is that it's only exacerbated the inequalities that already exist. Black and brown communities were hit much harder.
Okay.
Black women in particular were hit much harder. And so really when we look at the recovery of the economy and things are absolutely starting to open up, there is still a very wide gap on the Black community, whether it be small businesses, whether it be in corporate America. We also know that a lot of Black people were in these so-called essential roles where they either had to put their lives at risk and their bodies at risk or choose between feeding their families. So even though the economy is starting to recover and things are opening up, the gap has widened for the Black community. And I think we're going to see that for some years to come.
Wonderful. So I'm just going to pause this for 1 second to tell folks who are watching or viewing it or listening at home that they can submit audience questions, which hopefully we'll get to at the end. But I want to come back to drill down on those two sets of issues that were just raised. And LaFawn, I'm wondering if you think there are things that would be needed or would be particularly helpful in terms of helping to close the gap as the economy reopens. Because I actually think that both of you are pointing to the fact that perhaps this isn't a problem that's just going to take care of itself as the economy reopens, right? Like a lot of damage was done and the gap was very wide to begin with. So maybe, LaFawn, we'll start with you and then go to Hope on that kind of set of questions.
Sure. So if it's around kind of what needs to happen or what companies need to do in order to help create a space to lessen the gap, because again, it just kind of shone light on the inequalities that were already there. I think there's a lot to gain for the Black community if corporate America actually takes a look at creating more equitable policies and practices. There's already significant research that shows that there's great business case that really affects a company's bottom line to create more ethical and equitable business. There's also a lot of research that shows that we have a long way to go in the private sector to make things truly equitable. So if we align the goals, if corporate America, if the private sector aligns goals with social good, with creating internal practices, they create an equitable ecosystem. Social good is really around creating products that are equitable. Do they subscribe to ethical labor and supplier practices? Are they supporting local and national initiatives that work to create equity for Black America? And are they investing in those communities? And I say equity for a purpose instead of equality, because there can be no equality without equity. And then lastly, when it's around the internal practices, it's really, are you hiring, promoting, giving people opportunities? Are you looking at your benefits, your policies to make sure that they actually work for Black employees? We all have different experiences in the workplace, regardless of our background. And so it's a company's job to take a look at what they're doing to make sure that it is creating equity in the workplace.
Great, wonderful. And Hope, I was wondering if you could address that same question of what additional support might be needed, perhaps from the small business or local business side that you're seeing in Queens.
Yeah, so, to build on some of the things that has said, I think, it does beg the question that financial institutions, corporates need to provide support to small businesses. Right now, because businesses are not able to, garner the revenue that they have been able to in the past, being able to take out a loan with traditional terms is not something a small business is going to be inclined to do or even necessarily make sense to do. I think there needs to be some platform that provides some source of what I'll call patient capital, so that small businesses are able to get back on their feet, because it's going to take a long time. I also think there is a place for grant funding to continue, because as I said, I think this grant funding are investments. They're investments so that Black businesses can continue to exist. Because what we do know is that Black businesses are going to cease to exist at a greater rate than their counterparts because of this pandemic.
Okay, got it. And I'm wondering if you could amplify that concept of patient capital, perhaps for people who are listening at home, right? Like, I think that we've heard a lot of discussion about lowering cost of capital, reducing barriers to capital, trying to get financial institutions to examine the racism that might happen in terms of things like loan decisions. And so perhaps you can amplify your point about, maybe even just a different type of support is needed is something that you might seem to be pointing to, but I'm hoping you could explain a little bit more.
Absolutely. The organization I manage is a CDFI, Certified Financial Institution, and we are alternative to bank. So we're able to provide capital in a way that is a little different from a bank. So for example, if a business needs, a $20,000 loan and it looks like they're really not going to get up to their full revenues of the past for a year, we will give them a loan that really gives them the ability to pay interest only for 12 to 18 months and then start to amortize a loan over, a 5 or 6 year period, which would give the small business the ability to pay back the loan at a longer time frame, at a lower amount, and really something they could manage. And I think it's critical for the longevity of Black businesses to continue to exist.
Okay, wonderful. So I want to pick up on something, Fawn, that you said, which is that it's incumbent on businesses to start taking seriously diversity in their own ranks, and how that might have broader effects on the broader business community, but also economically. And there's been a tremendous amount of public pressure on companies to do things like release diversity statistics. We started to see, things like index funds perhaps pressure companies to begin to open up about this. And so I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about that. Are we still in a place where companies are being called on to do this as a matter of public scrutiny? And do you think that public scrutiny has helped in terms of creating more accountability around this?
Absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. I do. I think, what we've seen is that corporate America has a tendency to be performative, which means, you put out a statement of solidarity, or, maybe you'll say one thing one time on your website, you might send out a tweet, but really, corporations need to get their own houses in order before it is, shown what they're doing. Of course, you have to, show solidarity, but you have to take action. And if anything, what we've learned from the pandemic is that intentions are no longer good enough. It's impact over intention. So what are you doing? What actions are you taking? So what I mentioned before around really looking at your data, taking a look at your engagement, your hiring, how you promote, also looking at your supply chain, and then be transparent about those things. The reason that it's not just diversity and it's often inclusion or equity or belonging is because if you don't have the environment, if you don't have the workplace in which Black employees can thrive, then you're really doing the community a disservice. So really getting your own house in order instead of just saying the good things and, we still have work left to do and, the normal things that you hear coming out from a company, take the time to get your house in order to make sure that it is a place where not only can you attract more Black employees, but they can thrive when they get there.
And I'm wondering if there are certain statistics, if you are a consumer or even an investor who's going to look at a company and sort of analyze their commitment, whether this is just talk or whether they're actually committed in doing things. I'm wondering if there are those data points that you would tell people to look for that might show action as opposed to just talk or, sort of more meaningless numbers. What statistics do you think that companies should be putting out to demonstrate like an actual commitment to this as opposed to just a vocalization of some idea of some commitment to it?
Yeah, so I think when it comes to, job seekers, taking a look at companies, data comes in all forms. It's quantitative, but it's also qualitative. So it is taking a look at a company's presence, their website. Do they talk about what their workforce looks like? What are the percentages of Black community, of Latinx, of all other kind of ethnicities? Do they also break it down by any other demographics? Are they looking at gender? Are they looking at leadership? Because diversity can't just be at the junior levels of your organization. Are they also talking about engagement? So do people feel like they belong there? Do people feel like they're included? Is there a sense of psychological safety? And is a company talking about that? You can also look at a company's social presence. What are they saying? Are they actually supporting marginalized communities? And do you hear from those voices within the company? Or is it just from, the white majority? As you start to really get into the company and ask questions, ask from employees, that are there, what the company is actually like. Take a look at company reviews. Indeed, we have company pages, and there are reviews on there where you can hear from employees on what it's like to get paid there, on what the culture feels like. And as you engage with a company, if you engage with a company because you might want to work there, ask the really hard questions. You're interviewing them as much as they're interviewing you. So ask the questions on what they mean if they say things like culture fit. Pay attention to the interview panel. Is there anybody else that looks like you? Or are you going to be the first diversity hire? Right? The data that you need to understand what a company is doing from the job seeker side comes in a lot of different ways. And from the consumer side, I think what we're seeing is that more and more people want brands that espouse the values that they have. You'll notice, all of a sudden somebody's getting canceled or boycott everything. And that is because people are no longer okay with the status quo. They're no longer okay with the performative words. They actually want to see what you're doing.
Okay, great. And so, Hope, I want to ask about what consumers who want to support Black businesses might be able to do, Black local businesses especially, might be able to do. In the past year, we've seen movements like the Buy Black movement or Black Bank movement, which were kind of emergency or stopgap measures to help support these businesses through this extraordinary shutdown that came with the pandemic and is only just lifting. So I'm wondering if you could tell me a little bit about, do we think that that's helped? Or are there ways to kind of bolster that community or consumer support for the people who want to help these businesses thrive going forward?
So I think the Buy Black movement certainly has helped Black businesses, but I think what consumers can do is demand that retailers carry Black brands. And there are some examples of retailers that do a good job of that, but many others that don't. And it really requires investing in one's supply chain to provide support to potential and emerging Black businesses that may not have the ability to scale like a major retailer needs it to, but the retailer can help build systems to help that process along. A retailer can also provide loan capital to help a small business to scale. So really is having a retailer partner and engage with Black businesses and Black brands to bring them to scale so that they can be much more significant in the future. And I think consumers can make that demand on retailers.
Wonderful. So we have time for just a couple of audience questions. So the first is coming from Plandra, and I think is more oriented towards your expertise, Hope, which is credit is the most important barrier to economic advancement for the Black community. This is part of the question. How do we restore access to credit on a systemic scale for Black Americans? So there's that question.
Yes. So I think two things. I think so. There are sort of two pools of capital out there. They're sort of alternative lenders, CDFIs, and you can look up what those are, but alternative lenders that have much more flexibility and are going to be much friendlier to a Black borrower. And then you have traditional banks. And so on the traditional bank side, I think it's incumbent upon consumers and the public to really push on the regulators to have banks be much more responsive to the Black community, particularly as it relates to mortgages, as well as what we see as a major problem, providing capital to start businesses.
Okay, great. And our last question is for LaFawn. So the question is, for corporations to help with equity in our society, don't they have to align their bottom line with a more equitable America? That is, when low-income, working-class communities prosper, corporations prosper. It doesn't really feel like that alignment is there now. As people suffered during the pandemic, corporate profits soared. That's been documented. Are we asking companies for fundamental change in their mission? Could this happen?
Short answer is yes. We are asking for that alignment to happen. I think it's slow moving. I have to be optimistic and hopeful that we will get there someday. Maybe not in my lifetime, but I think we will get there someday. And so it really is about corporate America investing in Black communities. So it's financial support for Black communities. It is a deeper understanding of the current state and the experience for Black people in America. And it's understanding that the Black community is not a monolith. Intersectionality is at play. We all have layers, and that means we experience work and life and our community very differently. I normally share my intersectionality. I'm Black, I'm queer, I'm a woman, I'm a mother, I'm a wife, I'm of a mature age, and I'm fabulous. So those things mean that I experience life very differently. And until corporate America can understand the nuances of those things for the Black community, as well as historical context, because sometimes we're in a space where, I'll even hear leaders in corporations saying, well, I think, because we want to do the right thing. And I think people are inherently good. Well, you're not taking the historical context into effect that has gotten us to where we are. And so I think until corporate America really takes a step back, really looks at all of those things to understand where society truly is, then we will continue to see that gap.
Unfortunately, that is all that we have time for, but I'd like to thank both of our panelists for this really engaging and important conversation. Thanks, everybody.
I hope you enjoyed the first hour of programming. We're going to take a short break and encourage you to check out our virtual expo booths by clicking Explore and network with other attendees to discuss today's event by clicking Networking. And we'll see you back here shortly for a conversation with Marcia Fudge, Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, and Jamel Hill, contributing writer at The Atlantic.
We're here today and over the next few days to explore this very strange year and to try to figure out with our guests where we're headed.
We're living in a very divisive society right now.
For the voters who were denied their right to be heard, that should anger you.
What are we doing here in this administration?
We had a hard time getting candidates even to just say Black Lives Matter.
I will stay in jail for the rest of my days rather than make a butchery of my conscience.
We're going to use every moral, non-violent tool at our disposal.
It was time to make the case that human rights and women's rights were the same.
This is such a powerful moment.
This is how we're all living.
We're living through a mass rejection of reason.
We lost about 80% of our business in 8 weeks.
By the time this is done, we'll be at over $20 trillion of total economic cost.
I just got a message. The Republicans may let the CR go on a voice vote. If so, do you want to call for a recorded vote? But leave it up to Steny.
If you have to run the House of Representatives from this interview, that's fine.
Society wants us all to live in a box and eat hamburgers and watch dumb TV.
Everybody has a compelling story if you're just willing to listen.
It's we the people that make the difference.
The goal here is to create participation.
And we can use our voices to make sure that we hold people accountable.
There are periods in American history when we've made large, profound leaps forward.
We're here today and over the next few days to explore this very strange year and to try to figure out with our guests where we're headed.
We're living in a very divisive society right now.
For the voters who were denied their right to be heard, that should anger you.
What are we doing here in this administration?
We had a hard time getting candidates even to just say Black Lives Matter.
I will stay in jail for the rest of my days rather than make a butchery of my conscience.
We're going to use every moral, non-violent tool at our disposal.
It was time to make the case that human rights and women's rights were the same.
This is such a powerful moment.
This is how we're all living.
We're living through a mass rejection of reason.
We lost about 80% of our business in 8 weeks.
By the time this is done, we'll be at over $20 trillion of total economic cost.
I just got a message. The Republicans may let the CR go on a voice vote. If so, do you want to call for a recorded vote? But leave it up to Senate and just.
If you have to run the House of Representatives from this interview, that's fine.
Society wants us all to live in a box and eat hamburgers and watch dumb TV.
Everybody has a compelling story if you're just willing to listen.
It's we the people that make the difference.
The goal here is to create participation.
And we can use our voices to make sure that we hold people accountable.
There are periods in American history when we've made large, profound leaps forward.
Hello, and welcome back to the Atlantic's Progress Report, the state of the Black community. I'm Candace Montgomery, Senior Vice President and General Manager of Atlantic Live at The Atlantic. The events over the last year underscore the prevalence of systemic racism and bias that continues to plague our institutions. Earlier today, we heard from leaders from the business sector outlining solutions to eliminating the racial wealth gap. In this hour, we'll tackle the affordable housing crisis and criminal justice reform. Before I introduce our first panel, I'd like to invite you to be a part of the conversation. Please submit your questions via the chat function on your screen. You can also tweet along with us using the hashtag Atlantic State of Race. For our first conversation on the affordable housing crisis, please welcome Marcia Fudge, Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, and Jamel Hill, contributing writer for The Atlantic.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Candace, so much for that introduction. I'm so pleased to be welcomed by our guest, Madam Secretary Fudge, who, I don't care wherever you are right now, do yourselves a favor, say good afternoon to Secretary Fudge. Because I'm sure some of you saw the viral moment that she had where she got fellow journalists all the way together. Because one thing you don't do, since we're talking about the state of Black America, one thing you don't do is when somebody Black speaks, you better speak back, especially if they're in your house. But what was underscored about that moment, as much fun as we all had with it on Twitter and commending you for your quote unquote auntie energy, is that in that same press conference, Madam Secretary, you were asking or calling on Congress for an additional $100 billion to give to housing and urban development. And one of the things I was struck by what you said was that right now there was a once in a lifetime opportunity to reverse course on a lot of entrance issues in the department and with the housing crisis overall. What were those issues you were referring to, and why do you think now is the time to address them?
First off, thank you, my friend, for having me today. Yeah, I'm old school. I mean, I learned as a young child that that's just respectful. And I think that it is important for us to understand that we are at a tipping point in our country's history. We right now have a president that believes in bold thinking. He believes in moving things in a big way. And so he is putting the resources behind the kinds of things that we need to make the playing field level. We've always had a desire to do things. We've always been able to do them, but we didn't have the will, and now we have the will. And I say it's historic because homeownership, and we know this ourselves, homeownership is the place at which most people of color start to build wealth, especially generational wealth, because they hand it down to their children and grandchildren. But the playing field has always been unlevel because we look at the difficulties in buying homes for people of color, whether it is redlining, whether it is access to credit, or whether it is how we look at credit. I mean, something as simple, Jamel, is they weight differently student loan debt when they look at your credit scores. Most Black and brown people have student loan debt. They look at things like your credit card debt, things that really are not necessary to be weighted differently to determine whether you are creditworthy, but that is what they do. So it is in fact systemic. It is pervasive across every agency, but in particular with housing. When you think about public housing, we know that of the 2.3 million or so people who live in public housing, more than 1 million of them are people of color. And we never create the pathways to move forward. That is why this is an important time. We're going to get the resources necessary to allow people access to home ownership, to training, to jobs. This is the time, and so we have to take advantage of it.
Another issue that the Biden administration hopes to address is homelessness, especially with the pandemic. Per your office, I know you don't have a completely firm number that you can perhaps give us, or maybe you do at this point, because I know there was some, there was some more information that was needed in terms of the number of actual homeless people that were created by the pandemic. But nevertheless, it's a huge issue in this country. How do you see this being addressed in a different way under this administration?
One of the things I'm so excited about is that there is $5 billion in this rescue plan to do nothing but address homelessness. I think people do not understand the severity and how big this problem is. Prior to COVID, in January 2020, on any single night, more than 580,000 people were homeless in this country, 40% of those people being people of color. So this $5 billion that we're just allocating now, as well as emergency vouchers, another $5 billion in just vouchers, to get people off the streets, to get them in places that are not shelters, because we don't want to create a worse problem by putting people in congregate environments, but to actually build new housing, to give vouchers to move into areas that maybe are more beneficial to them, but to also just temporarily get people off the streets and put them in some stable housing. So the commitment is there. It is over $10 billion between the two. And we are allowing communities to do what is best for them. You live in Los Angeles. Your mayor has already purchased small hotels and motels to house the homeless. Now they can make that permanent because the resources are there for your community to do it. As well as we are talking about building single-family housing for low-income and affordable housing. There are so many things that are on the table right now. The resources are there. We just need to be ready for the opportunities.
Many of us are familiar with policies like redlining and how, in other ways, housing discrimination has long existed in this country. But in 2021, what does inequitable and unfair housing practices, what does it look like in the modern day?
Just think about it this way. There are communities all over Ohio and almost every other city where you can actually go in and purchase a home for $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 in neighborhoods that people have just disinvested in for years, and rehabilitate those homes and start to empower and rehabilitate communities. But most banks or most lenders, including FHA, doesn't want to give you a loan for $30,000 or $40,000 to rehabilitate it. But what is happening in communities all across the country is people who can afford to buy them are going in, they're buying these homes, and they are changing these communities. I live in Washington, D.C. There are places now that you see upper income people live that we never could have lived because we couldn't afford it. We couldn't afford to take those same houses and put $100,000 in them or $200,000 in them. So that's the first thing. And that also goes to the fact that we don't lend in certain areas, period, no matter the cost. The other thing is we have people who, in particular in real estate, who will steer people away from opportunity communities. They want to steer us to places where they think we belong. And then lastly, and most importantly, is just access to credit and lack of down payments. Most people of color can afford to pay their mortgage. Most people know that their mortgages are generally less than their rent, but it's getting into the process, getting into the system. So we don't provide the kind of education, the kind of counseling, nor the down payment assistance most people who are low income or moderate income need to buy a house.
You put racial inequity at the forefront of your agenda for this office. How will addressing racial inequity in housing lead to us maybe having a different kind of conversation or different kinds of results when it comes to addressing racism in America?
You know, we have for generations dealt with seen and unseen racism, overt and covert racism. It is now time to pull the cover off. We know that based on the lack of investment in public education, especially in communities of color, the lack of investment, period, whether it be the equipment that schools need, whether it be fixing roads and bridges, whether it's access to transportation to take us to jobs, all of those things have been in some way influenced by racism. You look in communities now where they've built highways through Black neighborhoods, where they have schools that have leaking roofs, where kids can't even go to school in the summer because there's no air conditioning, or in the winter because there's no heat. And so we have made it difficult for people who are trying to make it, most of them us. And so it is time to turn it around. So you have to look at it through a racial lens. Otherwise, you won't see it. You will just think it is business as usual. Since this country is so predisposed to believe that people who don't work don't want to, or people who live in public housing choose to, it is a design of the system to make sure that we only go so far.
You mentioned something important there, because it's something I've noticed as well, is that there is this idea that people who are in poverty or people who are in public housing are there because they simply lack the will, lack the morality to make their situation better. How do these attitudes impact convincing people who maybe aren't in those situations that people in public housing, people in these situations deserve help?
I think there are a number of things that we have to talk about. One is that there was a time when you could come out of high school and get a good job because we were a manufacturing society. Today, we are a service society. So you've got automation, you've got robots that have taken a lot of jobs in factories at places. You have technology that has put people out of work. And then you have lack of an effort to make sure that people who do not, quote unquote, want to go to college have a skill. I believe every person that comes out of high school should have some kind of a skill, whether it is to move to being a brick mason or a plumber or an electrician, or to take the path to go to college. Those are options that we so often do not have. And so what we also, I think, fail to realize is that most people who live in public housing who can work, do work. We make an assumption, and it's one that is not accurate, that everybody there doesn't work. The majority of people who live in public housing are seniors, they are children, they are disabled. There are very few, at least by ratio, numbers of people who are capable of working. And so we have to stop looking down our noses at people who need our help. That is what we do. That is the mission of HUD and every other agency of this nation. And so we have to do our part to start to empower the people who live there. So we want apprenticeship programs so that all of the building that's going to be going on over the next few years includes people who live in our communities. We want to be sure that there are training programs, especially in community colleges and other people, so that our people are trained. It is intentional. It has to be intentional that we make sure that people who we know need our help get it. And it is not certainly outsourced as it's been all of my life.
And finally, Madam Secretary, right now, as many of us know, there's a $2 trillion infrastructure package that Joe Biden and his team have put together in hopes that it will pass through Congress. How would this package impact your office if it is passed by Congress?
If we pass this jobs package, infrastructure package, it is going to create hundreds of thousands of jobs. Most of those jobs do not require a college degree. Most of them high school or lower. So that is the first thing that I'm excited about, because that means that communities that have been forgotten have a shot at getting these resources, as well as we are going to rehabilitate public housing. You know for yourself, if you've ever been into one of these units that are more than 50 years old and you've seen mold on the walls or lead in the paint, it needs to be addressed, and it has been neglected for too long. We're going to build new single-family affordable homes to give those people who have the ability, the opportunity to move into their own space. We're going to do so many things that I think are going to be so good for this country. I cannot tell you how pleased I am to be a part of this administration, because they see the problem. But not only do they see it, they want to do something about it.
And forgive me, Secretary, I lied when I said that was the last question. I have one more that I'd love to ask you. Is there anything that you feel right now is being under addressed? There's a lot of issues, of course, as you mentioned, what the infrastructure package could potentially do, the nation's homelessness problem, which we've already discussed. Is there an issue that's maybe percolating right now that you feel as if, because of the other issues, has the potential to be ignored or overlooked?
Well, I mean, I can't, I'm still a citizen of this great nation. I can't overlook what is happening across this country as it relates to policing, as it relates to the fact that we are in an environment, this COVID environment, which makes things more difficult when you look at the rises of domestic violence and abuse because of the COVID situation. When you look at the uneven and unfair way the vaccines have been administered, there's so many issues that there are too many for somebody like me to tackle alone. But I think that what we need to do as a community, as Black people, is to determine what our priorities are and move them. Housing clearly is a priority. You have to have a foundation upon which to grow. That's housing. But there's so many other things. There's student debt. I mean, Jamil, I could just go on, but I am most concerned about the mental health of my people as we continue to see Black and brown people treated so unfairly by our judicial system. Not just the police, the entire system needs to be reformed. But I just want us to come out of this hole because the weight is so very heavy right now for so many of us because our hands are tied and we don't know what to do from here. But I just want for especially the young people who are out here raising their voices, I'm so very proud of you and continue to do it because you now are our hope. So give it the best you've got.
Well, thank you for that encouraging words and for this conversation, Madam Secretary. Really appreciate it. And I'm sure everybody that sees you on the street definitely greets you after the lesson and manners that you gave everybody. So good afternoon to you, and I hope to see you soon. And with that, I'm going to send things back to Candace.
Thank you.
For our next Ideas Out Loud segment, we are revisiting a timely piece. In 1967, Stokely Carmichael and Charles Hamilton wrote an article in The Atlantic that traced the root of frustration present in Black ghettos to decades of systemic injustice. Many of the themes explored in this article still ring true today. An excerpt of their article has been animated for your reflection. This video does contain some strong language that some people may find offensive. And now, Van Newkirk, senior editor at The Atlantic, narrating an excerpt of Dynamite.
In order to understand the Black ghetto, both its great problems and its capacity to become a key political force in urban America, we should take a brief look at the history of Black migration to the North. During the 20s and 30s, about 1.3 million Black people migrated from the Deep South to the North. By 1940, over 2 million Blacks had migrated northward. Black people moved to Los Angeles, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Washington, Chicago, New York, and many other places. They found work in the steel mills, aircraft factories, and shipyards, for the most part as laborers and domestics. This migration did not slow down. Today, over 65% of Black people live in urban America. Most of the Blacks moving to the North were crowded into the slums of the cities. In the face of bombs and riots, they fought for a place to live and room for relatives and friends who followed them. Artificial panics were often created by enterprising realtors who raised the cry, "The niggers are coming," and then proceeded to double the rents after the whites had fled. The expansion of the ghetto developed so much friction that bombs were often thrown at Black-owned homes in the expanding neighborhoods. Here we begin to understand the pervasive, cyclic implications of institutional racism. Barred from most housing, Black people are forced to live in segregated neighborhoods. And with this comes de facto segregated schooling, which means poor education, which leads in turn to ill-paying jobs. These are the conditions which create dynamite in the ghettos. And when there are explosions of frustration, despair, and hopelessness, the larger society becomes indignant and utters irrelevant cliches about maintaining law and order. Herein lies the match that will continue to ignite the dynamite in the ghettos. The ineptness of decision makers, the anachronistic institutions, the inability to think boldly, and above all, the unwillingness to innovate. When the dynamite does go off, pious pronouncements of patience should not go forth. Blame should not be placed on outside agitators, or on communist influence, or on advocates of black power. That dynamite was placed there by white racism, and it was ignited by white racist indifference and unwillingness to act justly.
Now for a conversation on centering racial equity and criminal justice reform. Please welcome George Gascon, District Attorney of Los Angeles County, with Ron Brownstein, Senior Editor of The Atlantic.
District Attorney George Gascon, thanks so much for being here with us this morning.
Good morning, Ron.
You ran on a very specific agenda, not seeking the death penalty, eliminating cash bail for misdemeanors and nonviolent felonies, ending enhancement, and not prosecuting juveniles as adults. We'll talk about the individual components of that in a moment, but I want to start by asking you, is there a common thread, a unifying theme that links together all of these ideas?
Yes, there is. You know, one of the things that I've come to learn through my own journey within working in the criminal justice system, starting as a beat officer with the LAPD, going through the ranks of becoming an assistant chief, then being the chief of police in Mesa, Arizona, San Francisco, and then being the district attorney in San Francisco for nearly 9 years, is that our criminal justice system is riddled with what I would call systemic racism. And the origins of that, of course, we can go all the way back to the institution of slavery, but just to get to today's time, the fact is that the system has been unequally operating forever. And some of the things that I brought in as new policies in LA are things that I already been doing in San Francisco. And it's really, how do we bring more equality, more proportionality to our work? How do we treat people in a way that we allow communities to get better, to be able to reduce crime, to create a safer environment, and not an environment that is completely, impacted by the racism that we have seen in our legal system for so many years.
I'm interested in your theory of change, because there is now obviously an entire generation of prosecutors who are trying to reconsider long established practices in their community. As I mentioned, you have moved quickly to implement the agenda that you ran on, and you provoked some significant opposition. The Union of Deputy DAs, some resistance from police unions, criticism from DAs in some right-leaning counties. Conservatives are even mounting a recall effort. I'm sure there are those who have said to you, Mr. DA, slow down. Try to build more consensus in the ranks, try to win more support by kind of moderating what you do. Why have you decided that it makes more sense to move quickly, despite some of the opposition that you have provoked?
Yeah, there's multiple components to this. As I indicated earlier, I was a elected district attorney in San Francisco for almost 9 years. Most of the things that I'm implementing in LA today, I put into practice in San Francisco years ago. In San Francisco, we actually saw a reduction in violent crime during the period of time that I was a district attorney, where LA saw about a 25% increase in violent crime during the same period. And I'm not talking about 2020 and COVID. So I know that what I'm bringing to LA actually has proven to work in terms of safety for our community. I also know that it creates a more sustainable way of addressing community health. And I also knew that no matter what I did, whether I started to bring this reforms incrementally, or whether I did it the way I did, I was going to face very aggressive opposition. My elections were won where police unions put nearly, well, not nearly, they put over $7 million campaigning against me. So the question became one of really twofold. Number one, every time that we put somebody in death row, every time, which is usually going to be an African American, by the way, or a Latino, every time that we take a child and we transfer them into adult court, which almost always is going to be an African American or Hispanic kid, every time that we continue to insist on using cash bail, we're holding back poor people in pretrial confinement that often are unable to go back to work. They become houseless, just a whole host of issues. So all these things that we're talking about are things that really impact that impact the lives of real people on a daily basis on community. And every time that you're deferring taking action here, you're impacting more and more lives. So I decided that this was important to do, and it was important to do it immediately, and then we will deal with the opposition accordingly.
So let me ask you, and you may have hinted at that in the previous answer, of the changes you are pursuing, what are the most significant in your mind in addressing racial disparities in the criminal justice system?
Probably, if you're looking in terms of just raw numbers, I would say that enhancements to incarceration. Enhancements are those additional sentencing schemes that are added to the base crime of a person, which became very popular in the 1990s. Started in California, and then it went through the rest of the country. And they can sometimes double, even triple or quadruple the base sentence. So for instance, this is going to be purely hypothetical, but you may have a person that commits, let's say, a robbery. And let's say, for argument's sake, and again, these are not actual numbers, but let's say a robbery has, on the low end is 3 years, on the mid end is 5 years, on the top end is 7 years, right? So the court is looking generally at the midterm. If they're a mitigating circumstance, they go to 7. If they're aggravating circumstance, they might go to 7. Now you take that robbery and you start adding enhancements, like potentially gang enhancement. And by the way, most kids that are putting our gang files in LA County or throughout the state of California are often being placed there just simply by association, the neighborhood that they live, the people that maybe they're even their relatives, right? You take a gang enhancement, you can pretty quickly start adding more and more years. And before you know, somebody that would have gone to prison for 5 or 7 years is going to prison for 15, 20, or 25 years. That has a tremendous impact on the African American community, a tremendous impact on our prison population. Just in the first 100 days, conservatively speaking, we have probably reduced overall incarceration, prison incarceration by about 8,000 years. If you take the impact, the financial impact of that, you're looking at millions and millions of dollars over the years to come.
Another element of the agenda, cash bail. A few weeks ago, the California Supreme Court ruled cash bail unconstitutional. Judges will now have to weigh an arrestee's ability to pay before making a decision. Illinois, the General Assembly there recently passed legislation to end cash bail. Can you talk a little bit about the role of cash bail in this overall effort to reduce systemic inequities in the system?
Of course. Look, how much money you have in the bank should never determine whether you're dangerous or not, or whether you're going to get released or not. What we have with the cash bail system is we have a system that unfairly impacts, again, poor people and mostly people of color. You may have a very dangerous person, but they may have sufficient money to either post bail or get a bond, and they're going to get out, and they may go out and actually reoffend. In fact, I can tell you cases that I had in San Francisco where I have very wealthy individuals. I had a tech billionaire that beat up his girlfriend very badly. He posted $1 million bail, and within 90 days he was abusing on other women. And yet we have poor people that may be in jail for weeks or months, often losing employment, losing housing, because they were unable to post a $5,000 bond. So what we're saying is, if you're dangerous, regardless of your financial ability, if you're dangerous to the community or you're a flight risk, you should stay in custody or have some restricted form of release. If you're not dangerous, money should not stop you from getting out and being able to conduct your life, and then at the appropriate time come back to court to deal with the business at hand.
Mr. District Attorney, there's a school of thought that says the new generation of prosecutors, like yourself, have been more successful at reducing over-incarceration than they have been at establishing greater accountability for police misbehavior. You've announced a number of steps that you intend to take. What do you think are the keys to ensuring a system of accountability for police and the way they interact with the public?
Look, I mean, the problem with the criminal system when it comes to police accountability is that the tolerance level for police violence within the law is very high. So the thresholds in order to be able to prosecute a police officer for excessive force are extremely high to begin with. And then you have the secondary problem is that juries often have a hard time convicting a police officer of a crime. So the things that we're trying to do here, for instance, I put a special prosecutor. I actually remove, I brought in somebody from the outside that I'm hoping to get approved soon. The Board of Supervisors just approved him. He is an independent civil rights lawyer. He came from the U.S. Justice Department years ago. He actually successfully prosecuted the officers on the Rodney King case, which was a very famous case in the 1990s here in LA on the federal level. I'm trying to decouple some of this work from the office, especially when we're looking back, because one of the things that I promised is we have about 600 police shootings that date back to 2012. And I promise the community that we'll start looking back at them. I personally look at about 50 or 60. Out of those, we identified 4 that should be re-reviewed, and that's what the special prosecutor is going to do. The other thing that I work at the state level to create legislation that is now enacted, although somewhat watered down, that will lower the threshold of when the police can use deadly force to not only be in the necessary force, but be in minimum and necessary. And we're hoping that this will actually also create additional bumpers, if you will, of A, for police not to use deadly force, but B, if they do inappropriately, to make sure that there's an avenue for accountability.
Let me ask you this. If you look across the major cities in America, the murder rate, the violent crime rate is much lower than it was in the 80s and the 90s, but it is going up in the last few years, the murder rates in many cities, including Los Angeles. Do you need to see a sustained reduction in crime in order to maintain public support for the kind of reforms that you're pursuing?
Well, look, I think that often we have, for years, we sort of created a fiction for the community that the tough on crime, more locking up, more police intrusion, more prosecutions create greater safety for the community. I think there's actually a lot of data, a lot of science that has shown us that those measures don't necessarily create sustainable reductions in crime. In fact, they often create they are a contributing factor to the high levels of recidivism that we have. Having said that, there's no question that often people associate high levels of prosecution and incarceration with safety. And the work, quite frankly, for people like myself is to be able to educate the public at the same time that we're shifting the system and we're beginning to take a look at violence through a public health approach. And we're seeing some good results around the country. We've seen Baltimore, we've seen Suffolk County, which is the Boston area. Both of them have been able to show in the last year or so that actually they have had a reduction in crime, including violent crime in Baltimore, at the same time that the district attorney there has actually brought in a new approach to prosecutions, not targeting low-level offenses the same way, providing more diversion. So we know that this works. It's going to take a little bit of time. I have to tell you, the other component to this that is often really interesting is that, especially for the tough on crime people, they always ask for empirical data to support reform. But yeah, they never look back and ask for empirical data to support what they did. And we know that actually the hyper-incarceration that this country engaged in for the last 40 years has actually created greater insecurity in our community.
So let me ask you there. It seems like a good place to kind of follow up. What is your metric of success? How do you measure whether you are succeeding? Is it the incarceration rate? Is it the crime rate? What do you look at to kind of gauge your own progress on your agenda?
Yeah, I think that for me, success at the moment is trying to start implementing structures that are going to deal with community violence, much like we did in San Francisco, which reduced violence by using a public health approach to our work. I think that one of the success for me would be if we have a reduction in police use of force. Certainly, if we have a reduction in incarceration and at the same time we see a betterment of our community, greater involvement in our community where, for instance, we well, when I say we, I give it directed to get rid of our hardcore gangs prosecution unit, and we're replacing it with a community violence and reduction, which has prosecutors working at police stations with the police, but we're also bringing our public health officials, we're bringing social services, we're bringing community nonprofits to work at the intervention and the prevention piece. So my goal is actually to create a more sustainable approach that is community-based to dealing with the issues of security in our community and starting to shift the conversation away from one that is law enforcement centric to one that is public health centric.
As a final question, most of these policies are being decided and fought out at the local level and the state level. What, if anything, do you need from national policy under a Biden administration that would make it easier for you to move in the direction you want to go?
Well, I think, first of all, we need to ensure that the Justice Department provides the support for this policy. So we know that generally the Justice Department can influence policy at the state and local level by the way that they fund grants, by the way that they provide resources. So I'm really looking forward to sort of going back to the Obama years where we had a lot of money that started to come into our communities for prevention. I think that violence reduction needs to be addressed through a public health lens, and I know that at least in this package that President Biden is trying to bring to the table, that has the restructuring and sort of infrastructure funding. Part of that also would address community violence, which I think is critical. You cannot rebuild communities if you have violence that is out of control. But actually providing the resources and the support to bring up our social services, our public health mechanisms, our education to address this in a holistic way.
District Attorney George Gascon, thank you so much for joining us.
Ron, it's a real pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Still to come on the Atlantic's Progress Report, Michael Lomax, President and CEO of the United Negro College Fund, with Jamel Hill, contributing writer for The Atlantic. Now for a conversation from our underwriter, the MacArthur Foundation. To discuss equity and opportunity, please welcome Eduardo Bocanegra, Director of Heartland Alliance Ready, Chicago, with John Palfrey, President of the MacArthur Foundation.
Hi, everyone, and good afternoon, Madam Secretary, if you're still there. Jamel, thank you for that tip. I'm John Palfrey, President of the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation, and joined today here by Eddie Bocanegra, who is Senior Director of Ready Chicago at the Heartland Alliance, an organization based in Chicago here with a global reach. It's a great privilege to be able to support the Atlantic as we do at MacArthur Foundation, and to be here for this incredibly important conversation about the many ways in which systemic racism continues to shape our country, and particularly the deep harm it inflicts on Black and Brown Americans. MacArthur Foundation is committed to an equitable and inclusive recovery. We're focused in our grant making and our partnerships on addressing the twin pandemics of COVID-19 and racism. And particularly, I just want to acknowledge, as we approach the one-year anniversary of Mr. Floyd's murder, we're beginning to emerge from the coronavirus pandemic, and yet the harms continue. The killing of Dante Wright, more recently in Chicago, also the death of Adam Toledo. We are acknowledging the harm that continues. And through our grants, we're hoping that we will be a part of the effort to reinvent systems that create more resilient and inclusive communities. And one of those efforts is a large-scale effort called Safety and Justice Challenge. And through that, I've invited Eddie to join me to talk about one of these efforts. Eddie leads Ready Chicago, which is an ambitious initiative designed to address the needs of individuals who are impacted by gun violence and for whom traditional service models often don't work. Eddie, we're so grateful that you're here today. Thank you. And I wonder if I could start with the first question for you that pulls forward conversations from the last two segments, looking at mental health and behavioral health, which is obviously such an important part of the story these days and such an important part of what you do at Ready Chicago. What could you tell us, Eddie, about the role that trauma plays in gun violence?
prison, and I was 32 years old when I came home. And I think about the issues that led me to go to prison, the issues that allowed me or made me make decisions based on limited options that I actually had. And I think about all the trauma that I've experienced as a young person, also an adult in prison, and then post-incarceration. And the truth is that trauma never really leaves. You're constantly finding ways to deal with it, finding ways to manage that. And when I think about the young men that we serve with, which, by the way, 97% of the men that we serve through Red Chicago, we've been able to serve about 1,200 of them thus far in the last 2.5 years. 97% of them are African American, and they come from communities that are highly concentrated as it relates to poverty and issues around violence. And so one of the approaches that we take, and I heard one of the other guests mention this a moment ago, this public health approach, for us is a no-brainer because we see that trauma, the way that it manifests in individuals and how it carries on generationally speaking, like how do we continue to address the issue with these young men? And one of the forms that we do that is through what we call cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, which is one example in the ways that we try to address behavior challenges with these young men, not to mention addressing some of their trauma as a beginning process for a longer process of healing.
Eddie, thank you. And, I just want to acknowledge the incredible work that you've done with so many young people in Chicago and the example that you hold up for the world through your own lived experience and for the partnership we've had with you over this time. We're super grateful to be able to be working with you and also acknowledging how hard the work is. The fact that while we did see some progress in gun violence going down in Chicago over a period of time, we've seen it spike back up more recently. And against that backdrop, I just wonder what gives you hope and what are the strategies you've found most effective in addressing gun violence?
Well, I think for your audience, John, let me just point out, and this is one of the appreciations that I have with your foundation, with the MacArthur Foundation, because you're supporting innovation and you're being very strategic in the way that we're addressing gun violence. And what do I mean by that? Well, I want to give you a quick snapshot in terms of who it is that we're serving. So on average, our participants have 16 to 17 arrests. 60% of them done prison time. 80% of them have only completed a 10th grade level of education, but really they're reading at the 6th and 7th grade level based on focus groups that we've done with them. In addition, 80% of our men in our program have been victims of violence. They've been stabbed, shot, or assaulted. As a matter of fact, 34% of them, John, are survivors of gun violence. And so when we think about trauma, it does not happen in isolation, especially when 60% of our men also are fathers. So think about the opportunities to intervene in those spaces with those young people as well. How do we engage the family in this process? And what we're learning is that, first of all, this is not your average after-school program. This is not your average, jobs program. In this population, they are, as it is, our communities have been marginalized, but this population, generally speaking, has been further marginalized even within the marginalized. These are the individuals that are having a hard time finding employment, that are having a hard time going back to school. These are the ones that society has pretty much given up on. And at Greater Chicago, we see the potential there. We see opportunities for healing. And part of our strategies here is to engage street outreach organizations, is to engage what we call transitional jobs organizations as well, and people who are able to deliver what we call, again, the CBT. And not only that, but to think about that is only the beginning point. There are so many other areas of needs with our men. For example, 80% of them are couch surfing. So housing is an immense need for our participants. So in order for us to think about strategy, a couple things. We have to be strategic in terms of who we're serving, recognizing that there's no cookie cutter solution to these issues. And that for individuals, they need an individual assessment to address their individual needs. Secondly, what I would point out behind that is that because we understand these communities have been disinvested, we have to find opportunities and pathways for them to feel part of the community, to help redefine their identity, to feel they could actually give back. And in order for us to do that, not one organization has the capacity to do that, John. So the importance of collaboration and thinking about strategic, whether it's institutions or other nonprofits, it's critical. And I know it's much easier said than done. It is a huge, heavy lift on part of all of our community partners. But the last thing that I would say, John, behind this is that one of the amazing things that we're doing with British Chicago, similar to what we've done with the coronavirus and the vaccines that our pharmaceutical companies have produced, we are doing a randomized control trial study, and we've been doing this for the past 3.5 years. And right now, what our data is telling us, even though the information is still early, what we're learning is that the intervention is working. Despite of the fact that we have had 34 participants in Red Chicago killed in the last 2.5 years, when you look at the control group, unfortunately, those numbers are much, much higher, John. And when you think about perpetration, 72% of our men are less likely to have been arrested for murder or attempt murder compared to those in the control group. And that, to me, my friend, is something worth celebrating, something worth really lifting up. And this is something that we have to acknowledge to say we are using the best science to inform our strategies.
Eddie, it's extraordinary what you're doing, and just to acknowledge those numbers, the individuals who have been killed from your community, as well as those who are just outside your control group, as you say, and the ways in which so many harms continue to be perpetrated in these communities. I'm just super grateful for your leadership. One last question, if I might. You mentioned the notion of partnership and collaboration, and I think of you as a social entrepreneur, Eddie, someone who's pulled together so many different organizations and people, funders in Chicago through the Partnership for Safer and Peaceful Communities, for instance. But as you think about what you need from government, from philanthropy, from the private sector to build upon the success you've had in the most challenging of circumstances, what is it that we and other institutions can bring to support you to scale this important work outside of Chicago?
Well, John, I know there's a lot of push, and I was just actually at the White House where President Biden was announcing, the $5 billion into gun violence, $1 billion from the Department of Justice. I was actually sitting there in the Rose Garden with other advocates in the group, pushing for the resources that are needed in these communities. And there has to be a way for the government to continue to step up. So it's great to see the president making that announcement and putting forward a plan in the first 100 days. But we also need Congress. We also need, philanthropy to also continue to step up. The issue that we're grappling with right now around race and equity is nothing new. And that's why 3.5 years ago, when I first launched Ready Chicago, as a result of 2016 spike in violence in Chicago, we had over 750 homicides, John. 750 homicides, very similar to last year. It's not enough to just give organizations the funding, and to provide services. Most of the time, we just focus on how many people can you serve. And it's not just about how many people you can serve, but the quality of that service. And in order for us to do that, we have to acknowledge that many other organizations, many of the nonprofits, and even some government offices have not had the resources that are needed to support these communities. Again, communities, in many cases, when I think about the west side of Chicago, that are still recovering from the rioting and a lot of stuff that happened in the 1960s during the civil rights movement, they still have not recovered. And so when I think about what others can do around this space, is to be thoughtful about when you provide services or funding in this case, is that it's not about more people, but the quality of that. And then we also have to invest in leadership development, in middle management and professional pathways for a number of different direct service providers, including street outreach workers, coaches, case managers, and so on. The reason why I say that, John, because the bottom line is I sit here talking to you, so I'm very privileged and very honored, and it's a blessing to be here and accompanied by you. The truth is, there are many Eddies out there. There are many people that we have overlooked, and we don't see the potential of individuals, and we don't invest in them for maybe because of the color of their skin, maybe because of how they speak, or the way they articulate their thoughts. But these are people that have a good sense of what's happening on the ground, and we need to think about how do we further develop them. And I think, to me, that is one way, among other ways, that we could be thinking about this. And lastly, John, I would say I encourage the audience, look at the data that we're seeing through the randomized controlled trial study of Ready Chicago. Take the lessons learned there, apply them in your city where it makes the most sense. And I think there are so many lessons that we can learn along the way in doing this and do right by the communities that have been grossly underserved. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Eddie Bocanegra. And when the president and the vice president and Susan Rice invited a group of people to the White House recently, I'm so thrilled that you were among them. They chose very well. We're honored to know you, and thank you for sharing both your lived experience and your perspective today. It is such an inspiration to know of the work of Ready Chicago, to be a part of it, and truly to know you. Thank you, Eddie, and thank you all for the chance to be with you today.
Thank you, John.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Ron Brownstein, Senior Editor at The Atlantic. Daryl, Monique, Kelly, and all of you in the audience, thank you for joining us today. Every year, over 600,000 people are released from prison and emerge to face a range of challenges. I want to start by asking each of you, and Daryl, maybe you first of all, to briefly talk about how housing disparities particularly affect people with criminal records and their families. Daryl?
Having me, Ron. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can, yeah.
Oh,
You're
okay,
live.
sorry. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for having me. You know, those 600,000 people that are released from prison every year represent just the tip of the iceberg, because prison doesn't happen to everyone. Many folks are convicted both of felonies and misdemeanors and never go to prison. I think we had maybe 14 million arrests last year. Majority of that is for nonviolent and misdemeanor offenses. However, these criminal convictions impact people in a myriad number of ways. When it comes to housing, you know, you have public housing, Section 8 housing. And when I was with the Obama administration, we tried to take some initiatives to relieve the barriers and to illustrate that discretion should not mean denial. Your local public housing agencies have discretion to reunite people with criminal records back with their families, with the exception of very limited circumstances. One, if you were producing methamphetamine on a public housing unit. Two, if you were convicted of a crime that requires you to register. But those are two discrete areas. The vast majority of areas, folks can be reunited with their families, but very often they're not. But even those strides that we tried to take were really just getting at the tip of the problem, because the vast majority of the housing market is in the private sector, and nothing stops those folks from using criminal record history as an absolute disqualifier. Much of the work that I've done as an attorney is trying to clean people's records, remove those barriers so they can successfully enter the housing market.
Can I start just jumping right there? I was not aware of that. So if you are a private landlord, you can, under the law, just flat out refuse to rent or sell to someone with a criminal record?
Yeah, I mean, flat out, you know, during the Obama administration, there was guidance that put out that says you can, if you have a institute a policy that has a disparate impact on any particular racial group, and because criminal record history and the criminal justice system disproportionately impacted African Americans and Latinos, you could potentially use disparate impact theory to sue a private leaseholder or landlord for discriminating against people with criminal records. But that's so after the fact. You know, most folks aren't looking for a lawsuit. Most folks are looking for an apartment. And so it's a really tough problem when it comes to enforcement. And very often you'll see publications where rental agreements or rental advertisements where they will overtly say no felons, no misdemeanors, no people who've committed crimes against person or property.
Well, Monique, can you talk about to what extent is where does housing insecurity rank among the challenges facing people leaving the criminal justice system?
I think that housing insecurity and instability ranks high amongst those folks who are leaving the criminal justice system. I mean, what we know is that involvement in the criminal justice system impacts access to housing, risk of housing instability, and the probability of becoming homelessness. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, of the 24 million low-income renters who are severely cost burdened, that means that they're paying more than 50% of their incomes on rent. Of those, 62% are people of color and 24% are Black. We also know that a large share, 64% of unsheltered Black people experiencing homelessness in Los Angeles County reported involvement with the criminal justice system. So if you look at that, and then you look at work from the Prison Policy Initiative that says formerly incarcerated people are almost 10 times more likely to be homeless than the general public. And people who have been to prison even just once experience homelessness at a rate nearly 7 times higher than the general public. It's clear that there's a correlation between getting caught up in the system and housing instability and homelessness. And given the disproportionate number of Black people who find themselves caught up in the system, the racial equity implications are also clear.
Those are fairly astounding numbers, actually, on the increased likelihood of homelessness for people who have been in the criminal justice system. Kelly, so can I ask you, when it comes to the intersection of criminal justice reform and housing, what federal programs now have the greatest impact, and where could there be the most leverage for change?
So thanks, great question. I think that the programs that have the most potential for impact on change ultimately are the ones that overall increase the stock of available affordable housing in communities. I mean, homelessness is so much a symptom of a lack of affordable housing. It's sort of the ultimate manifestation of housing instability. Because what housing instability looks like from person to person, it isn't all just about unsheltered homelessness. It's a range of housing instability challenges that people face. And all of the barriers that Daryl noted and the disparities that Monique raised up sort of come together to create a really broad set of challenges for people that have been involved in the criminal justice system. Other thing I want to say too are sort of any policies and programs that have the ability to overall shrink the footprint of the criminal justice system. I mean, I think what we've seen is there is this cycle, there is this connection between justice involvement and the increased risk of housing instability. And also, once more housing unstable, there is an increased risk of future contact with the criminal justice system. So what we need are solutions that can really break this link in the cycle.
You know, I found myself, as I'm listening to all of you, Monique, let me ask you this first. Is housing a cause or effect of the instability? Are people coming out of the criminal justice system facing difficult access to housing because they don't have employment, they don't have economic opportunity, or do they lack economic opportunity and employment because they don't have stable housing? I mean, is there a chicken and an egg in this dynamic?
You know, I'd argue that it's a cause and an effect, right? So we know that a criminal record can reduce the likelihood of a callback or a job offer by nearly 50%. And that negative impact of the criminal record is actually twice as large for African Americans. So we know that's an issue. But on the other side of the issue, we know from service providers, and we've had during our ad hoc committee for Black people experiencing homelessness listening sessions, we had service providers say that it was nearly impossible to house Black people with criminal histories. So I would say you're looking at both a cause and an effect that's creating almost a tsunami in terms of the homelessness crisis and the disproportionate number of Black people who are both on our streets and in our prisons.
Thank you, Daryl. Let me follow up on that. You mentioned your time in the Obama administration. At one point, you wrote, quote, while you were there, in order to successfully reenter society, they, the formerly incarcerated, must navigate a maze of over 45,000 barriers in employment, housing, and civic participation, which may be triggered as a result of their contact with the criminal justice system. As I read that, and just listening to Monique, you know, I find myself wondering, if you solve one thing but not another in that web of challenges that you lay out, it's not clear how far you can get. I wonder, do the most effective programs for reentry focus on any one aspect like housing or job training, or do you really need a holistic approach in order to make a dent?
Yeah, I would definitely say the latter, the holistic approach. And I'll use my own personal experience as an example, right? For me, you know, when I got out of prison after 40 months of incarceration in the Alabama Department of Correction in the late 1990s, I had a place to live. I had a loving family that could provide me food, clothing, and shelter. But I had these litany of other barriers. So, for example, I couldn't get federal financial student aid, and I had to work 2 jobs. I was denied admittance into several universities and things of that nature. So now add to that housing instability, right? As far as someone not even having an address to put down on their job application, and how that complicates their life. What I would add to Monique's very good answer on the last question about the causal and the effect, it is certainly both. But when you look at the causes on the front end, when you think of hypersegregation and how redlining has effectuated concentrated poverty and how that impacts policing, how that makes police in deployment theory target certain areas, it's like this ongoing cycle, right? Where you get caught up in the maze of the criminal legal system, you come out, whether it's prison or not, some type of mark of a criminal history, and it just complicates your life in so many areas. You can never turn the page. You can never have a second chance. And one of the things that we found during the Obama administration is the single greatest evidence-based intervention, particularly for people who are referred to as high utilizers, right? People who are in our jails or in our emergency rooms who are constantly cycling in and out of those systems. The biggest intervention that had the most bang was permanent supportive housing and intensive case management. You give people a place to live, you give them a connection and a support system. We've seen improvement, and housing should definitely be a main priority.
So Kelly, let me follow up with that, because I wanted to ask you, are there examples of states or cities or philanthropies working in partnership with states or cities that actually have produced models that can create that kind of stable housing, which seems to be the foundation then for everything else that has to click into place?
Yes, there have, especially in relation to permanent supportive housing, the program that Darryl was just describing. So the city and county of Denver launched a cross-sector partnership in 2016 that uses social impact bond and to finance supportive housing for people in this cycle. So essentially, it's this highly collaborative effort that does involve the Denver Police Department as well as housing providers, also philanthropy, also impact investors, and also local government. So it's and what we've seen wrapped around all of this is an evaluation and another RCT, like the model that Mr. Bocanegra discussed in the last section, to measure success. Because it's not just enough to sort of stand up all of these efforts in a highly collaborative way, but you need a way to collect data in a way that you're going to be able to report out on not just successful outcomes, but how those outcomes vary by disparity. And what the evaluators have found, it's still ongoing, but all results so far indicate a sort of a high level of continued stable housing for people enrolled in the program.
I'm suspecting, let me do one quick follow. Most of our audience knows this already, but can you explain the funding mechanism that you described as social impact bonds?
Sure. So a social impact bond is a way to, it's sometimes helpful to explain sort of why does it have to exist at all. There's often a number of really promising or even sort of proven programs that for one reason or another, whether it's a lack of political will or other barriers, just don't get funded to the scale that they need to be to create large-scale change. So what if you could go to local or state government and say, what if you could only pay for this program if it was successful? What if you shifted that risk from the risk of success or failure from public dollars, which is the usual support system for this, to private dollars at first? And so a collection of private investors might come together. Some of them might be nonprofit, some of them might be for-profit, and present the upfront capital needed to really implement and to test and to measure the success of these programs. And where the risk shifting comes in is that if those programs meet different set thresholds, then government or a different entity, perhaps like a healthcare provider and other examples, might agree to repay the investor. So there's all sorts of different variations on this model, but it's about, leveraging private and philanthropic capital to get over barriers that are not just financial, but also political, to really scale up and test out proven and both innovative models.
Well, it would seem that putting formerly incarcerated people on a more stable footing to avoid descending back into the criminal justice system into the future would be among the most productive investments that a local government can make. We're going to have to leave it there. Monique, Kelly, Daryl, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
I hope you enjoyed this dynamic hour of programming. We're going to take a short break and encourage you to check out our virtual expo booths by clicking Explore and network with other attendees to discuss today's event by clicking Networking. And we'll see you right back here shortly for a conversation between Michael Lomax, President and CEO of the United Negro College Fund, and Jamel Hill, contributing writer for The Atlantic. Hello, and welcome back to the Atlantic's Progress Report, the State of the Black Community. I'm Candace Montgomery, Senior Vice President and General Manager of Atlantic Live at The Atlantic. I am so glad you're joining us today. A quick reminder, you can also be a part of the conversation. Please submit your questions via the chat function on your screen. You can also tweet live with us today by using the hashtag Atlantic State of Race. For our first conversation on historically Black colleges and universities and the next great era of prosperity, please welcome Michael Lomax, President and CEO of the United Negro College Fund, and Jamel Hill, contributing writer for The Atlantic.
All right. Thank you all for joining me once again. And thank you to you, Michael Lomax, for being a part of this conversation about historically Black colleges and universities. I want to start with an op-ed that you wrote maybe a couple years ago, where you talked about how this idea that HBCUs were no longer relevant and how incorrect that was. And it was very thoughtful, explaining, why that couldn't be more untrue. However, that being said, HBCUs, the mission has certainly evolved. How would you say that the mission of these historically Black colleges and universities have evolved?
Well, I would say at one level, the mission of HBCUs has been the same for the 150 plus years that they've existed. They have been the first step on the ladder to education and opportunity in America. And as you know, Black colleges didn't exist early in the founding of the Republic. Black people were enslaved. It was against the law to teach us to read. And as Frederick Douglass noted, that knowledge is the pathway from slavery to freedom. So these institutions were created as a part of that pathway from slavery to freedom. Founded in the 1860s at the end of the Civil War, they were the places where the freedmen and women got a chance to get the education they had been denied. And what did that education do? Well, it first of all enabled them to live more productively in society, but it also enabled them to help to build the Black middle class. It helped them to provide teachers and doctors and all of the other professionals that we need in our community. So they've been a foundation of our community. They were then, and they are today. And the problem today is that the narrative about HBCUs has been one of disparaging them, of devaluing them, and not recognizing the extraordinary results that they produce and the impact that they have every day in Black America.
Yeah, I think I read a statistic recently where still in the American workforce, something like 40% of African Americans come from historically Black colleges and universities. So obviously, they still are very much embedded in the DNA of who we are as a people. That being said, for higher education overall, this pandemic presented a lot of challenges. What were some of the challenges that you think HBCUs have had to survive throughout this last year of being in this pandemic?
Well, let's first of all just remember how many of them there are. I mean, HBCUs are 3% of all American higher education. They enroll about 10% of all Black college students, but they produce 20% of all Black college graduates and about 25% of all STEM graduates. They're largely located in the South, where most Black people were enslaved, and in the border states. And in those communities, they produce they produce even significantly larger percentages of Black college graduates. The pandemic really reinforced the fragility of educational opportunity in the Black community because at historically Black colleges, 75% of all of our students are low income. About 50% of our students are the first in their families to go to college. They're on a journey to be able to achieve economic prosperity and security and stability. When the pandemic hit and colleges had to shut down and they had to send their students back home and they had to rely upon using online education to complete their academic year, we saw that our students had the least access to broadband. They didn't have the iPad or the laptop at home that they needed to have in order to pursue their studies. And they didn't. And we just had a session here on housing, and we know the challenges that African Americans face in terms of getting affordable housing in this country. So the pandemic, really had the potential for a devastating blow to HBCUs and to the students that rely upon them for their education.
And yet, despite those challenges, with the conversation that we had in 2020 as a nation about race in a much different way than we had before, I certainly noticed, at least anecdotally, a lot of Black people talking about this desire for us to strengthen HBCUs and to return there. And matter of fact, before the pandemic, I wrote a piece for The Atlantic about how high school prospects should seriously consider returning to HBCUs to help further strengthen that foundation. Given the racial climate in America right now, how do you think HBCUs can provide a bit of a safe haven for a lot of African Americans, a lot of Black students, period, who are feeling as if they might be safer both physically and emotionally on Black college campuses?
Well, that's absolutely true. And I think a lot of those young people heard you, Jamel, because what we are seeing and have been seeing for the last couple of years is increased applications to historically Black colleges. More young Black high school graduates recognize that they need to go to a nurturing, supportive environment that embraces them. And all too often, what they're finding at predominantly white institutions is institutions that say they want Black students, but still do not treat them in the same way that they treat their other students. The challenge that many of the young people have who want to go to historically Black colleges is because our institutions are under-resourced. They don't always have the resources to provide scholarship support for the disproportionate number of our students who don't have the financial wherewithal to go to college. And happily for us, we've seen a couple of trends which, if they continue, could mean a sea change in opportunity for young Black people who want to attend historically Black colleges. One, that the federal government is taking a much more significant role in investing in historically Black colleges. Both the stimulus acts that were passed last year provided set-aside funds for historically Black colleges and other minority-serving institutions. And we've seen in the Biden-Harris administration an extraordinary commitment to investing in our historically Black colleges and universities and supporting low-income students. So if, for example, they double the Pell Grant, and most of our students rely upon Pell Grant, or that they make tuition at historically Black colleges and other minority-serving institutions free, then we think that we'll see a significant increase in our institutions being able to not only admit students, but that they will have the financial support that they need to persist and to thrive and to complete. Because the most important thing that the journey that these young people need to be on is the pathway to a college degree, because a college degree is the surest pathway from poverty into a more sustainable family income.
What it mean for historically Black colleges and university now to have someone in the White House? And I don't mean there's a lot of people who work for the government who went to HBCUs, but I think you know the person I'm talking about.
I think I know who you are talking about.
You know who I'm talking about, right? Right now,
I know you do.
Two groups of people anything, Howard grads and AKAs. You can't tell them anything right now.
Yeah, I know. And let me say, it was kind of hard to tell Howard grads something to begin with because they know it all. All right, so yeah, so I'm a Morehouse grad, and you know what they say about Morehouse grads? You can always tell a Morehouse man, you just can't tell him much. I think it is incredible that we have a role model in Kamala Harris. I think it's incredible for two groups of people. One is just incredible for young Black women and girls that they see someone who looks like them, who is one of them at the highest levels of our government. But I also think it's very important for white America because Kamala Harris is someone who resonates with everyone. And then they say, and oh, by the way, she went to a historically Black college. Now, Black folks know there are historically Black colleges, and we know they're important. And they know that, and we know that they produce extraordinary people. I mean, look at all the mayors, for example. Right now, we just elected an HBCU grad to be mayor of St. Louis, the mayor of New Orleans, the mayor of Atlanta, the mayor of Birmingham, the mayor of Montgomery, the mayor of St. Paul, Minnesota. All of those are HBCU grads. 40% of all the members of the Congressional Black Caucus are HBCU grads. So you see that we've been producing leadership, but I think Kamala Harris really is a beacon to the nation and to the world of the powerful impact of a historically Black college education. She says the two great forces in her life were her mom and family and Howard University. That's quite an endorsement. And I think that's really the story that these institutions have been telling. They have been under-resourced, undervalued, underinvested in, but they've been outproducing others. And just think, Jamel, what an incredible impact they can have if they actually get more investment and have the resources to do even more.
And let's not forget the unofficial mayor of America, Stacey Abrams, who I believe went to Spelman.
Well, you know, I think of Stacey. I gotta just say, I think of Stacey Abrams as the champion of all voters in this nation. I think she's doing such an incredible job, and she's a demonstration of what our institutions produce. Spelman College, her parents are Tougaloo graduates from Mississippi. I mean, you know, we've been doing this work for a long time, and we have been producing freedom fighters and champions and advocates and artists of incredible note. I think we're in a renaissance now, and we're seeing an even greater flourishing of the talent that comes out of HBCUs.
Really quickly before we have to go, unfortunately, you talked about that investment that this administration is making into HBCUs. In your mind, is that the key to HBCUs competing for the future? Is it the financial investment part that's the foundation for everything that HBCUs can accomplish in the future?
Financial resources are the mother's milk of education. We have to have great teachers. We have to have great, laboratories and facilities for our students. So the federal investment is key because the federal government makes such a big investment in higher education. But there is also an extraordinary opportunity for corporations and philanthropy. Last year, we did see some incredible philanthropists step up to join Robert Smith, Mackenzie Scott, Reed Hastings and Patty Quillen, Bruce and Martha Karsh, a number of people who gave significantly, so that last year was probably $1 billion year in terms of giving to HBCUs, along with the billions of dollars that came from the federal government. But that's just in 1 year. And what we really need to see is those same philanthropists, those foundations, those corporations, not just talking about doing this work, but actually investing in this work. The technology companies with all of their great wealth, the banks with all of their great wealth, are they reinvesting in America's future and in the future of the Black community? Are they investing in our most important resource, our young people, and helping to produce the college-educated Black community of the 21st century? That's my challenge to all of them, and they must do more.
Well, thank you for issuing that challenge and for all the work that you do in getting so many young people to attend HBCUs, obviously providing them with very necessary funding. As somebody who went to a predominantly white institution, I'm very aware not only of the legacy of HBCUs, but also just how important and vital they are to us having a functioning, flourishing community. So I thank you for your work and for this conversation. And now back to you, Candace.
Thank you.
Now for a conversation about investing in women, please welcome Dorothy A. Brown, the Asa Griggs Candler Professor at Emory University School of Law, with Atlantic Live contributor Susan Salney.
Dr. Brown, it's a pleasure to be speaking with you today because you've been producing groundbreaking work for decades on the racial implications of the U.S. tax code, concluding that it is not race neutral. It actually hurts Black Americans. Now, it's fair to say your new book, The Whiteness of Wealth, has caught fire and people are actually listening. What do you want everyone to know about how the tax code impacts the large and persistent wealth gap between white and Black Americans?
What I really want people to understand is that when white Americans and Black Americans engage in the same behavior, like getting married, buying a home, paying for college, getting a job, that tax law advantages white Americans while at the same time disadvantaging Black Americans.
Let's talk more about this, specifically that argument, because it's really important that Black and white Americans can engage in identical behaviors. Homeownership is a textbook case, you say. There are other examples. And the tax code will, as you say, advantage the white family, disadvantage the Black one. And we're not talking about rich versus poor, right? We're talking about middle-class people making similar salaries, doing similar things. Can you walk me through it a bit more?
Yes, let's talk about homeownership, the one you mentioned, Susan. So we have a tax provision that says when you sell your home for a gain, if you're married, you can get up to $500,000 tax-free. If you're single, you can get up to $250,000. And we have a tax rule that says if you sell your home at a loss, no tax break for you. So let's think about this. We have a white homeowner and a Black homeowner. Who's more likely to sell their home for a significant gain, and who's more likely to sell their home for a loss? Well, what does the research tell us? White Americans live in predominantly white neighborhoods. Those homes appreciate significantly more than homes in racially diverse or all Black neighborhoods. And guess what? Most Black homeowners live in racially diverse or all Black neighborhoods. As a result, when the white homeowner sells their home, they're more likely to get a significant tax-free gain. The Black homeowner might get a gain on sale, but research shows Black homeowners are more likely to sell their home for a non-deductible loss. So the idea that homeownership is the ticket to the middle class is true if you're white or if you're one of the few Black Americans living in all white neighborhoods, but it is not true for Black homeowners generally.
And that's if a Black family can afford to buy, right? Interest paid on mortgages is deductible, but there's no perk for renters in similar fashion. Is that right?
Right. That's absolutely right, Susan. And you bring up a really good point. Any tax subsidy for homeownership is going to benefit homeowners who are disproportionately white Americans. The majority of Black Americans are renters, and there's no tax break for that. So you start off the bat when we have any tax subsidy for homeownership as a subsidy designed to help white Americans.
I've got the big picture now, and I want to focus on Black women in particular. How do you see the tax code putting a disproportionate burden on Black women?
So let's take the other thing that tax law advantages when white Americans do it, marriage. So we have a marriage bonus if you get married and you get a tax cut. But let's take a single taxpayer making $75,000 and a married taxpayer making $75,000. So the married taxpayer who has a spouse that works inside the home, when they get married, is going to get a tax cut. The single wage earner with the same dollar amount of $75,000 gets no tax cut. We call that the singles penalty. And more Black Americans are single as a percentage than white Americans. So the singles penalty is going to be disproportionately borne by Black Americans because we're more likely to be single than our white peers.
Right, and this gets to the piece you wrote for The Atlantic recently calling for the end of joint filing for married couples. That's the point, right?
Exactly. Why should my tax bill go up or down because I choose to get married? And why should I, as a single person, not get the tax break others do? So let's just get marital status out of our tax laws. That's the way it used to be when we had the very beginning of our modern progressive tax system. So let's go back with this. That's how Canada does it. So there are other countries that just have individual filing. We should join.
It would be like going back to the beginning. I just want to remind our audience to submit questions via the chat function. Now let's move on to the March jobs report. It showed that unemployment overall dropped to 6%, but Black unemployment is at 9%. And according to the Department of Labor, Black women have experienced the steepest drop in labor force participation and have had the slowest job recovery since January 2020. What is your advice on how to create a gender equitable recovery?
So it's really, when we look at the difference between the Black labor market and the white labor market, 53% of Black workers are women. We look at the white labor market, 54% of workers are men. So the majority of workers who are Black had been women. We'll have to see what that looks like post-COVID. But when we talk about how to have an equitable workforce, we need to think about tax benefits as well. And the one that comes to mind is retirement. When we look at research, Black Americans are less prepared for retirement than other racial and ethnic groups because we have jobs that don't come with those benefits. If your employer provides you with a retirement account, that's tax-free income initially, and we see jobs that are disproportionately held by white Americans are the jobs most likely to come with those tax-free retirement benefits. So getting more Black Americans retirement accounts, getting more Black Americans health insurance, the way I look at it, health insurance helps you from depleting your wealth, and retirement accounts help you to build your wealth. Both of those things Black Americans need and more workers need if we really want to talk about equity.
Right. Now, most of the tax fixes that are talked about in Washington involve raising taxes on the richest Americans and corporations to pay for infrastructure and other investments. Will those sorts of tax changes result in meaningful growth for Black Americans?
Not really. It's basically figuring out who's going to pay when we're talking about high income, they're disproportionately white Americans. But when we want to talk about systemic racism in the tax code, blanket proposals never get to solutions, right? So part of the problem is the IRS doesn't collect or publish statistics by race. Had I not become a detective of sorts over the last couple of decades and produced the research that resulted in the book, you'd never even know that tax law disadvantages Black Americans. So the first thing the Biden administration needs to do is make good on the first executive order the president signed, which is making racial equity a pillar across the government, including the Treasury Department. But my concern is the people he has at Treasury don't have any kind of a track record of talking about race and tax policy. So I applaud the effort big picture, but I'm really concerned about how this will actually be implemented.
Okay. Now, your own reform plan, if you could implement it, would prioritize what?
Well, my own reform plan would get rid of these deductions and loopholes and exclusions that disproportionately benefit white Americans. It would tax income from stock at the same rate as income from wages, right? So we would increase the amount of items that were subject to taxation, and we would limit who could benefit from loopholes. In fact, I'd get rid of all of them. I'd have one living allowance deduction that would be tied to where you lived and what you earned and whether what you earned was sufficient for you to thrive. If not, the government would give you the difference. If you earn more than that, then you would pay taxes at the progressive tax system rate.
Now, I read somewhere that you advise Black Americans to think of themselves as defensive players when looking at the U.S. tax code and also in trying to build wealth in general. Let's talk about women specifically. What advice would you give to a black woman who's trying to build wealth, or say simply just keep her head above water? What's your advice there?
And it's complicated because the advice I'm going to give presupposes that you have disposable income. And what we know, research shows Black college graduates are more likely to be sending money home to parents, family members, whereas white college graduates are more likely to receive money from their parents for down payment for a home, to pay for K through 12 for their children. So what I'm going to say presupposes that you actually have disposable income. I want you to be intentional when you think about buying a home, because we know that the appreciation is different depending on whether you are one of the only Black families in the neighborhood or surrounded by people who look like you. So if you're going to buy a home in a racially diverse or all Black neighborhood, don't put all your money in your home. Don't be house poor, and whatever you do, don't take out a home equity loan. I would say max out on your retirement, put some money in the stock market outside of the retirement, and think about diversifying. Don't put all of your money into your home. If you have children, think about starting a 529 college savings account. Even if you can't put that much in, you start and it builds up over time. So my one takeaway would be to put money in lots of different buckets.
Really good advice. I mentioned at the beginning that you've been doing this groundbreaking work for decades. I also read that a lot of times there was pushback or colleagues who weren't interested or ignoring your work, but now a lot of people are listening. What do you credit for that change, and how do you feel about it?
I credit the summer of 2020 and the murder of George Floyd in the middle of a pandemic where a lot of white Americans were home. So we saw the disparity, right? Black and Latinx workers were essential and were forced out into the workforce, whereas white Americans held jobs that disproportionately allowed them to work at home. Well, the TV was on. They saw before their eyes the murder of George Floyd, and they got angry. And we saw the multiracial coalition of people marching in the street, protesting, and a realization that there's a whole world of systemic racism out there that they hadn't been aware of before. So I got calls this summer from white reporters for the first time wanting to talk about race in tax, race in corporate America. So I'm heartened that I'm getting the calls. You know, it took a couple of decades, but, you know, I'm a patient person, so I'm not at all bothered that I'm at this moment. I'm actually cautiously optimistic that we might have an opportunity for some substantial change and ridding systemic racism from our tax laws.
Well, Dr. Brown, continued success with your book, The Whiteness of Wealth. You've given us so much to think about. Thank you very much for being here with us today.
Thank you for having me.
For our final Ideas Out Loud, please welcome Annie Lowry, staff writer at The Atlantic.
I'm Annie Lowry, and I'm a staff writer at The Atlantic. The United States is one of the wealthiest countries on Earth, but that wealth is much more unevenly distributed than in many of our peer countries. The old are much wealthier than the young. People with college degrees are much wealthier than people who did not complete college, and white families are much, much wealthier than Black families. Indeed, the typical white family is worth nearly $200,000. The typical Black family is worth less than $20,000, and many Black families have no cushion of wealth built up. The racial wealth gap is not just a product of interpersonal discrimination. It is also a product of policy, with government wealth-building initiatives aiding white families in ways that they never aid Black families or never aided Black families. That means that there are many highly effective policy options for closing the wealth gap, though they might take decades to bear fruit. One would be the elimination of student loan debt. Black college attendees tend to come from less wealthy families than their white peers. That means that they are more likely to borrow when they go to school and that they need to borrow more. Indeed, just a couple years after graduation, the typical Black borrower owes $25,000 more than the typical white borrower. Making college free and eliminating that burden of debt for both Black and white students would disproportionately help Black families and would begin to sizably close the racial wealth gap. A second option is baby bonds, which is an idea developed by the economists Derek Hamilton and Sandy Darity. They suggest that the government create a savings account for all babies born to lower wealth families. That money would grow over time and vest when the babies became adults. The bearers of those baby bonds could then use that money to buy a house, start a business, or go to school or a training program. One analysis of such a baby bond program suggests that it would cut the racial wealth gap among young adults tenfold. Those are just two options, and there are many others out there. Thanks very much.
Now for a conversation from our underwriter, PwC, to discuss Leading with Purpose, the urgency for inclusive business. I'm joined by Shannon Schuyler, Chief Purpose and Inclusion Officer, PwC US. Welcome, Shannon.
Hi, Candace. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. It's always great to see you.
Same here. So let's jump right in. As the title of the event implies, we're talking about the state of Black community today. We have this trial going on. More shootings are happening. Shannon, what is your take on the state of race in America?
Well, we certainly, and it was interesting, I was listening to the last session of speakers, and so much has happened. And unfortunately, to what Dorothy said, we were sitting at home when we saw the murder of George Floyd. We were sitting at home as we watched things happen. And unfortunately, for many, it took that to say, what are we going to do next? And we've seen such an incredible change and movement and reckoning, which I hope that we can harness and make sure that we're taking to the next level. I mean, just within our sphere of influence, we've seen over a 76% increase of those companies who are joining CO Action for Diversity and Inclusion. We're seeing an influx of CDOs, companies who never had a chief diversity officer, saying, what should we do? Companies that are being more transparent with their data, especially around their Black colleagues, saying, what do we need to do from a recruiting standpoint, from a progression standpoint? What does that look like? And you're really seeing a total change in realizing that we need to own this issue. Equity is not something that will just happen. It's something that everyone should be able to have. But currently, the systemic racism that is out there that we're all living through is not allowing for that. And I think finally, there's outrage. And there's outrage to say that we have to change and we have to hold the mirror up to each of us individually, saying, first, why have we not been acting? But how can we make sure that we're continuing to act?
Absolutely. How are we moving that into action? Totally agree. Thank you. Let's talk about how businesses are responding. What are you seeing as PwC's Chief Purpose and Inclusion Officer?
We're seeing a lot. So we're seeing a lot of companies that are really focusing in on what can we do to harness our entire pathway of our business. And so you're seeing companies say, how does diversity and inclusion not become a standalone group, but how truly is it a part of the business strategy? And so you're seeing people making decisions, whether it's around human capital and where they recruit and how they develop, but also what does this mean around our mergers and acquisitions? What does this mean around partnerships? What does this mean around where we want to open our facilities? So really putting this very front and center to the business. And then we're also really seeing this whole notion, again, of transparency. So when you think of transparency, you think a lot these days around ESG. That's kind of the business language around transparency. And what we've seen is that has continued to evolve. And frankly, that has been driven much faster by what's happened within the diversity and inclusion space. So while people have been reporting on various things they've done on the environmental side or their social or giving side, and certainly from a governance, now we're seeing that there is a need and there is a compelling need, both from what boards are seeing and being asked by by both their employees as well as the companies that they're working with and the investor community and activists who are saying, what are you doing around diversity and inclusion? Because they believe the business case. They believe the business case that if you are a more diverse organization, you are more resilient, you are more relevant, and ultimately you are more financially successful. And you're seeing now the business community change what they do and really making sure that their actions are sustainable and not just something that was on the side, as I think it was happening before.
Right. For sure. Everyone seems focused on ESG. Also, please explain that a little bit so we're all on the same page. How do you look at ESG as it relates to purpose? And how do we ensure ESG efforts produce meaningful, sustainable results?
Absolutely, Candace. And I think what we're hearing more and more is that people talk in terms of ESG, and it's your environmental, social, and governance. So when you think within an organization, it's what are you doing to create an environmentally sustainable future? And what are the things that you as an organization, based upon your industry and your footprint, what do you need to do? This whole notion around social, that can be everything from what do you give? What does your foundation do? How do you impact the community? How do you look at the resources, as Michael Lomax was talking about, that you're giving to HBCUs? How do you make sure that you're filling in those gaps from a societal standpoint? As well as now people are talking in those same social terms. What are you doing from a diversity and inclusion space? How are you creating equity within your organization as well as within society broadly? And then what is your governance structure? How do you make sure that all the things you're talking about, all the commitments that you're making, it's really built on a foundation that can be trusted, because trust is such a significant element that's there. And ESG really gets to the business framework. And ESG is one of those issues that's spoken about daily in the boardroom. And the fact that diversity and inclusion now is core to the ESG function and that conversation makes it a business issue and has propelled us to the next space.
In terms of addressing social and racial justice issues, what is next for PwC?
Well, Candace, you and I have talked a lot, and there's a lot that we've been doing certainly around CO Action for Diversity and Inclusion and CO Action for Racial Equity. But we're really proud to be able to announce a new commitment that's really energized. It's a commitment for access to your potential career that focuses on the equity that we need to see in Black and Latinx students, actually making sure that they have what they need to get to college, to get through college with the skills and the networking and the visibility, and that they have the opportunity to start an actual career. And so our focus now is $125 million over 5 years so that 25,000 Latinx and Black students have the ability to really come together. And we're looking across the MSIs. And one of the things that Michael Lomax was talking about is a pathway to a college degree is a pathway to a successful future. That's what we want to be able to support. And so it's making sure that as students come to these MSIs, HBCUs, historically Hispanic-facing universities, that we have the ability to find them, that we can support them in the nurturing environment that they're in, that we can help to upskill them on technology that they might not be getting otherwise, and then we can give them visibility into careers. And of that 25,000, PwC aspires to be able to hire 10,000 and then provide opportunities for them to network with other companies for the other 15 so that they too can start careers.
Amazing. Well, I want to thank you so much, Shannon, for joining me, and thank you to PwC for this moment.
Thank you so much, Candace.
Here to outline the multi-pronged approach to progress, please welcome Maurice A. Jones, CEO of 110, Anna Gifty Opoku Ajamin, co-founder of the Sadie Collective, Melissa L. Bradley, founder of 1863 Ventures and co-founder of Eureka, moderated by Susan Salney, contributor to Atlantic Live.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're here at our final session of the day, and we've had some important conversations about ways to close the wealth gap and increase opportunity. We've talked about education, housing, taxes. Now let's bring it all together. There's a phrase that's been used a lot over the last year when looking at the racial inequities in America. Talent is equally distributed, opportunity is not. Each of you has compelling ideas about how to tackle this issue. Maurice, I'll go to you first. How do we help fix this opportunity gap?
So I've got one solution for you, and that is what 110 is about. And thanks for having me with you
110 is an effort of corporate coalitions or corporate companies, about 45 of them now, who are focusing on Black talent who do not yet have four-year degrees and getting them into family-sustaining jobs and careers over the next 10 years. The data point on that is if you look at the workforce right now, if you look at jobs that pay sustaining wages, so jobs that pay over 60,000 or above, you'll see that at least 70% of those jobs require a four-year degree. If you look at jobs that pay 40,000 or above, it's high 60s, if I'm recalling correctly, that require a four-year degree. Yet, if you look at Black talent now in the workforce, 78% do not have four-year degrees yet. That four-year degree is a barrier, and what these companies are suggesting is let's look at skills. Let's move to a skills-based hiring and promotion paradigm and hire on the basis of that, as opposed to hiring by using the four-year degree as a screening out tool. You're leaving a whole lot of talent on the sideline. So that's one possible suggestion of a way to really get at this issue that we're talking about today.
Okay, let's hear about more. I want to remind everyone it took 10 years for Black women's employment to recover from the 2009 Great Recession. And Anna, last summer, you published a piece that highlighted the inequities that compound when race and gender intersect. And you said, quote, putting Black women first may save us from economic disaster. Can you tell us more about what you meant by that and what we should be prioritizing to yield better results for Black women?
Absolutely. So, there is a premise that's currently on the table called Black Women Best, and it's coined by the first Black woman to occupy the chief economics role at the Department of Labor, Janelle Jones. And so Black Women Best basically says this: if we center Black women in our economy, then everybody benefits. And what I like to say as sort of an addendum to that is the best outcome for Black women is a better outcome for everyone else. So if we're talking about the 2008 crisis, we all know that many people suffered in that economic travesty. However, if you look at the recovery period where people were supposed to be improving in their outcomes from 2009 to 2011, we actually see that Black women outcomes worsened. So Black women had a higher unemployment rate in that period. Black women were losing more jobs. They were subject to more economic disparity. And so if we're making sure that we're including everyone with respect to economic recovery, we need to make sure that those who are most marginalized, Black women, are at least having a chance at building up wealth. And that really begins with making sure that policies that are on the table are ensuring that Black women have access to resources as well as wealth building resources to ensure that they can have agency within our economy.
Such interesting ideas. Now, Melissa, your work focuses on what you call new majority entrepreneurs, and that's women and people of color. We know that Black-owned small businesses, especially Black women-owned businesses, were disproportionately impacted by the economic downturn of the pandemic. So what needs to be done to make up for those losses? And what investments need to be made to help close the opportunity gaps that Black women entrepreneurs face?
Yeah, well, thank you for having me. And I just want to think this is a perfect transition. We know that Black women are the fastest growing segment of entrepreneurs in this country. We know that right now, Black businesses constituted just around 9.5%, and they're creating just under 1 million jobs. But to your point, because there's been historical underinvestment in these businesses, we are actually foregoing over 1 million businesses, and more importantly, we have reduced our national income by about $300 billion. I start there because I don't want people who are watching this think of this as just a racial imperative. This is an economic imperative. As people of color become the majority of the populations in existing states already, and certainly across the country, we need to begin to really invest at a government level in the private sector, and the social sector to make sure that these businesses are supported. And so to your point, I don't want people to just look at this from a racial perspective, but as an American problem to be able to shore up our economy. There's three things that we can think about when it comes to access to capital. One is that we've got to reduce the systemic barriers to be able to access to capital. And Maurice knows this probably better than anyone, coming out of traditional institutions. We know that CDFIs, or community development financial institutions, have been the anchor in Black and brown communities. However, they are underinvested in and have some policy restrictions where they can't necessarily always meet the financial need, but they've been a great starter. So the first thing is we need to really double up on the investment in CDFIs, not just in their capital they can deploy, but also in their infrastructure, because the need is dramatically increasing. The second thing from a policy perspective is the Community Investment Act has been around for a long time, but it really needs to be modernized and updated and reauthorized. Having worked in Treasury under the Clinton administration, it is clear that because our communities are now much more gentrified and look different, and thank goodness we're not always isolated in one area, we have to really redefine what does it mean to invest in overlooked and historically marginalized communities and incentivize people to continue to do that and reduce those barriers. And then the final thing is we need to really de-risk entrepreneurs through appropriate training, technical assistance, capacity building, and coaching. But we also need to do some training on the financial institution side. Research that I did 2 years ago as a professor at Georgetown showed that it cost $250,000 more at the very least for a Black entrepreneur to start the same exact business as their white peer. And that is comprised of both direct costs and indirect costs. And one of those costs is higher interest rates because they're actually allowed. And so we need to look at both how do Black and brown entrepreneurs as well as female entrepreneurs have access to banks and how they're not penalized because of isms and stigmas and are forced to pay higher interest rates. We need to do better at allowing more individuals to become angel investors. Right now, less than 2% of all angel investors represent communities of color. And there is an opportunity to unlock that capital as we have seen communities of color really flock toward equity and crowdfunding campaigns. How do we allow them to continue to invest? And obviously, there needs to be a complete revamp of the venture capital industry, recognizing that with less than 20% of Black businesses in tech, we have got to create new financial vehicles to invest in non-tech companies because venture capital is not best for every entrepreneur. And so we need to look at royalty opportunities, revenue-based financing opportunities, and others that do not plague and really drown the entrepreneur in debt and cause their balance sheet to be upside down so that companies don't look at them, but allow them to flourish and, most importantly, share in the economic wealth that is created within these businesses.
Yeah, I think what I'm hearing is that there needs to be multiple pathways to the middle class and wealth. And along those lines, this is just happening. The House of Representatives has voted to at least try to study the idea of reparations. Seems like a major milestone. I want to hear from you, yes or no. Public support is growing, though it's far from widespread. Maurice?
If reparations means that we're going to look at closing the wealth gap and the things that you have to do that, yes, then I'm all for it. I have to hear what is meant by reparations. The bottom line is, look at Boston. I'll give that as an example. The net worth of a Black family in Boston today, well, let me go another way. Net worth of a white family in Boston today, according to the Federal Reserve Bank, is $247,000. Net worth of a Black family is $8. You need a multi-pronged approach to close that gap. If reparations means we're going to look at housing and home ownership and access to credit and education and good jobs, I'm all for it. And so that's the piece for me. As long as it's looking at that, how we can close that incredible wealth gap between whites and Blacks in the country, which has been a result, at least partially, of approaches and policies that the government has pursued since its inception, count me in.
Other thoughts on that, Anna?
Yeah, absolutely. First and foremost, there are researchers who have done quite a bit of work on reparations. One that comes to mind is Dr. William Sandy Darity, whose work is really sort of fundamental to how we understand reparations in this country. And I absolutely agree with Maurice, right? Reparations isn't just about depositing checks in the hands of Black Americans in this country, but it's about addressing how inequity has permeated every institution with respect to how Black people are able to be seen in this country. And so reparations might look like checks, but also might look like forgiving student debt, right? So there was an op-ed recently by one of Dr. Sandy Darity's colleagues, Derek Hamilton, that showed that, essentially, if we're thinking about the student debt crisis as a mechanism to help close the racial wealth gap, as Maurice has pointed out, then one really concrete way to do that is to forgive the debt, to cancel the debt, right? So understanding that it's not about just a one and done situation or a silver bullet situation, but rather making sure that the reparations that are going to be put forth are going to have long-lasting impact on generations of Black Americans in this country, because inequity, racism, and white supremacy have had long-lasting impact on generations of the Black Americans in this community. And so we have to make sure that if we're going to combat that, then the solution needs to have that kind of impact as well.
Right. I don't want to move on from this before hearing from Melissa on reparations.
Yeah, I'll make it quick. I mean, I think that the two other folks nailed it. I think the three biggest things are: one, this check cannot be presumed to be the only thing that is done to shift and create economic wealth. We heard from an earlier speaker around the challenges and racism that is explicit in our tax codes. So the check is a start, but unless you begin to reduce the other barriers that would not allow us to spend that check well, would not allow us to invest in the stock market, would not allow us to participate in various programs where we could actually compound that wealth, then what good is it? And so I'm excited about the progress that's being made, but want to make sure that we are not being yet again sold for a price of which it still does not solve the underlying problems of structural racism in this country.
Got it. We've got a couple of audience questions, and I'll read one of them. Is there any data indicating minorities are the first to be fired from jobs? Does anyone know of that offhand? Okay, another.
I don't have the data on first to be fired, but like I gave you some data earlier. If 80% of the jobs that are family sustaining actually require a 4-year degree, and 78% of Blacks don't have a 4-year degree, guess who's disproportionately impacted by that policy, which is not related to the skills to do the job. So I think when you look at data points like that, you can see we don't have a workplace that is inclusive of the talent that can actually contribute.
Yeah, I would say there is some research that points. I was going to say there is some research that points to that, and I think it speaks to and correlates what Maurice was saying. And then most of the time, because of the glass ceilings, we don't get to higher ranks in corporate jobs, and therefore we sit in places that remain vulnerable, particularly when there are economic downturns or industry slumps. So there are a couple of research studies that have affirmed that we are the last hired and the first fired, particularly when you have various business cycles that are an all-time low.
Mm-hmm. A little bit more, an audience member seems to want to know more about 110, Maurice, and the long-term implications of removing that initial barrier of the 4-year degree. And I'll add to that, if there's a young Black person who's on the fence about pursuing a 4-year degree, what do you tell them? Should we be telling kids to go out and get a college degree, or focus on training and skills and maybe work on continuing education later in life? What do you think?
Yes. So on that latter piece, by all means, right? This is not an effort to say, don't go get 4-year degrees. What companies are saying is there are multiple pathways to the skills necessary to do a job. Look, I have a BA in political science. There is no way that my BA in political science makes me more qualified to do any computer job whatsoever that someone else has done a 8-week boot camp to get prepared for. That's what we're saying is the jobs should really be looking at the skills necessary to do it, not a credential that may or may not have any relevance to the skills whatsoever. So this is not an effort to say, don't get 4-year degrees. This is an effort to say, when we are hiring, when we are advancing, when we're promoting someone to do a job, we should be looking at the skills necessary to do it, and we should be realizing that there are multiple pathways to actually acquire those skills and make the corporate sector inclusive and cognizant of that fact. That's what this effort is about. And the long-term implication of this is that we get more talent into the workforces that can actually contribute to the health of companies, contribute to the health of the country, and contribute to this gap that we have in wealth right now. So the long-term implications of this are positive, positive, positive.
Right. Well, I'm sorry, you can go ahead. Oh, well, I'll ask the next question. Stepping back from college a moment, what skills and training programs do you think should be happening in K through 12 to better prepare Black students for the workforce?
So I'll jump in on this one if you're asking
college.
me.
Yeah.
No question that is digital, right? You need digital skills. There's practically no job that doesn't require some kind of digital competency. So you want to focus on that. But you also still need to focus on what people call the soft skills, right? Working in teams, showing up on time, conflict mediation. All of those are still skills, thought, judgment, problem solving. These are all eternal skills that are needed in every workplace in the country and indeed across the world. Those things have to be focused on in K through 12 still as well.
Very good points. Melissa or Anna?
Yeah, I would just add to that financial literacy. Sorry, Anna. I would just add to that financial literacy. I think, when you have people who are starting to make money, particularly volumes they've never had before, and particularly when a capitalist society, one of the greatest things is we actually have 6 kids. When home economics left high school, it was just devastating because oftentimes people get out and they don't understand hard costs, fixed costs, variable costs. They don't understand checking versus savings account. They don't understand the stock market. So I think it is great that we're beginning to put people in positions where they have an opportunity to expand, to grow, to get promoted, and hopefully at the same time their paychecks go up in order to make sure that they're not just spending a lot, but learning how to invest in themselves and how to multiply that wealth seems like a real missed opportunity to make sure that they continue on a positive path economically.
Yeah, I just want to add onto that really quickly, right? As somebody who recently graduated from college, there's 2 points I want to make here. First and foremost, it's really important how people are taught these skills, right? So it's not just about teaching people about, supply and demand, but the practicality behind economics, as well as data science in the classroom. This is really where the majority of young people spend most of their time. So let's make use of it. Let's make sure that they're learning things that are practical and that they can apply in real life. And I would say even more so, as you guys know, I'm the co-founder of the Sadie Collective, right? One of the things that we're doing right now is focusing on underrepresented minority women and introducing them to careers in data science, economics, finance, and the like, because ultimately there's a lot of power in the quantitative sciences. And I think a lot of people actually don't know the breadth of careers that can come out of being trained in the quantitative sciences. And so exposure is really important. But in addition to that, making sure that there's access to resources, as well as mentoring to ensure that people feel supported in these spaces. And then on the other side of that, right, I think we talk a lot about when we talk about Black talent, we talk a lot about it from the perspective of, we need to get these individuals trained and ready to go so they can enter the workforce. But we don't talk a lot about how these workforces, the corporations and the organizations, et cetera, will be prepared to actually receive the Black talent, right? And so that really comes back to, making sure that those corporations are being held accountable, making sure there's mechanisms and systems in place so that when Black talent actually enters the actual workplace, they feel supported and they feel like they can actually succeed and thrive in those spaces as well.
Okay, so many good ideas. Now let me end with this. In the months following the murders of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, we saw a rise in the number of corporations pledging money toward furthering racial equality efforts. But more recently, following the restrictive voting law passed in Georgia, prominent Black leaders had to stand up and call on corporations to fight this new legislation. Have we reached a turning point that corporations can no longer stay on the sidelines and they must engage in social issues, especially if they've already said this is a priority? Start with Melissa.
I think, I mean, I hope it's a turning point. When all of this happened last year, I said, I think Black people be popular till Christmas, and luckily we have exceeded that. So I think we have a real opportunity, and I think folks like the Sadie Collective and 110 and many others have a tremendous opportunity to find and create strategies for these companies to invest in. I do think, though, one of the challenges is, and I'm hoping that this is some of the work Maurice is doing and others, is that right now there are a ton of commitments and they're quite disparate. And the recognition is that no single commitment is going to undo the 400 plus years of structural racism and just open up the world and all will be well. And so I do think it's important that companies make these commitments, and they are longitudinal commitments and not just 1 year, but think about multi-year initiatives so that we can really begin to understand the problem, tackle the problem, and develop some really creative solutions. I think the second thing is they have to, I'm hoping, come up with more than just financial resources, but there's a plethora of non-financial resources and policy changes that can be happening within their corporations to allow more Black talent to rise to the top, to allow more Black leadership to be sitting on boards. I've seen a lot of financial commitments, but those are easy. Those are check writing, and maybe they're charitable in nature, you get a tax write-off, but the harder one is really to change what does the company look like, and how does it leverage its business to support these communities, not just in a charitable or CSR way, but what's happening in their supplier diversity channels, what's happening in their M&A activity, what's happening with their investments if they happen to have a corporate venture arm, how are they supporting Black businesses and Black entrepreneurs. So I am pleased to see the financial commitments. I am skeptical until I see the money deployed, because we know there have been some challenges on really big ideas, but local institutions and businesses not being able to absorb that type of capital, or regulatory barriers within the Treasury system for trying to support Black banks have been a challenge. So I hope that it becomes a much more holistic concept, and I hope that it becomes a multi-year, multi-pronged approach of how they really change business practice, because the money is great, but it's the business practices that will create long-term sustainable systemic change that we begin to see impact in local communities from job creation, opportunity around Black entrepreneurship and supplier diversity, and certainly hopefully on a policy level. It was great to see people pull out of Atlanta, but we need them to do it not just after it happens. We need them to be proactively standing up and talking about what are things and what are blockages that should never be repeated. Otherwise, I worry we're going to have burnout at a corporate level, because how many states can they continue to rotate through as these policies pop up? And let's be clear, they've become much more prevalent over the past 8 years, and I think they're going to continue as we have folks who are very much afraid of the Black political clout in the system.
Well, I think we're going to have to leave it there, but it's been a real pleasure to speak with all of you. Maurice, Anna, Melissa, thank you so much for sharing your time and your expertise.
Thank you so much.
Nice to be with you all.
Thank you. I hope you enjoyed this hour of programming. But I do want to take a moment to thank you all for joining us this afternoon. Thank you to our amazing speakers for challenging us today. And special thanks to our underwriters, Allstate, the MacArthur Foundation, and PwC for supporting the Atlantic's journalism. We're going to take one final short break, and I want to remind you to check out our virtual expo booths and network with other attendees to discuss today's event. We'll see you back here shortly for a conversation produced by our underwriter, PwC, examining how businesses are advancing racial equity through public policy.
We're here today and over the next few days to explore this very strange year and to try to figure out with our guests where we're headed.
We're living in a very divisive society right now.
For the voters who were denied their right to be heard, that should anger you.
What are we doing here in this administration?
We had a hard time getting candidates even to just say Black Lives Matter.
I will stay in jail for the rest of my days rather than make a butchery of my conscience.
We're going to use every moral, non-violent tool at our disposal.
It was time to make the case that human rights and women's rights were the same.
This is such a powerful moment.
This is how we're all living.
We're living through a mass rejection of reason.
We lost about 80% of our business in 8 weeks.
By the time this is done, we'll be at over $20 trillion of total economic cost.
I just got a message. The Republicans may let the CR go on a voice vote. If so, do you want to call for a recorded vote? But leave it up to Senate and just.
If you have to run the House of Representatives from this interview, that's fine.
Our society wants us all to live in a box and eat hamburgers and watch dumb TV.
Everybody has a compelling story if you're just willing to listen.
It's we the people that make the difference.
The goal here is to create participation.
And we can use our voices to make sure that we hold people accountable.
There are periods in American history when we've made large, profound leaps forward.
We're here today and over the next few days to explore this very strange year and to try to figure out with our guests where we're headed.
We're living in a very divisive society right now.
For the voters who were denied their right to be heard, that should anger you.
What are we doing here in this administration?
We had a hard time getting candidates even to just say Black Lives Matter.
I will stay in jail for the rest of my days rather than make a butchery of my conscience.
We're going to use every moral, non-violent tool at our disposal.
It was time to make the case that human rights and women's rights were the same.
This is such a powerful moment.
This is how we're all living.
We're living through a mass rejection of reason.
We lost about 80% of our business in 8 weeks.
By the time this is done, we'll be at over $20 trillion of total economic cost.
I just got a message. The Republicans may let the CR go on a voice vote. If so, do you want to call for a recorded vote? But leave it up to Senate and just.
If you have to run the House of Representatives from this interview, that's fine.
Our society Society wants us all to live in a box and eat hamburgers and watch dumb TV.
Everybody has a compelling story if you're just willing to listen.
It's we the people that make the difference.
The goal here is to create participation.
And we can use our voices to make sure that we hold people accountable.
There are periods in American history when we've made large, profound leaps forward.
Welcome back to the Atlantic's Progress Report, the state of the Black community. I'm Candace Montgomery, Senior Vice President and General Manager of Atlantic Live at The Atlantic. A quick reminder, you can be a part of the conversation by submitting your questions via the chat function on your screen. You can also tweet live with us today by using the hashtag Atlantic State of Race. And now, our final conversation of the afternoon, produced by our underwriter, PwC. Examining how businesses are advancing racial equity through public policy, please welcome Roy Weathers, Vice Chair of Societal Engagement and Policy Solutions at PwC and CEO of CEO Action for Racial Equity. Roger Crandall, Chairman, President, and CEO at Mass Mutual. Ashley Lewis, Vice President at Edelman and Fellow at CEO Action for Racial Equity. Felicia Williams, Senior Vice President at Macy's Incorporated and Fellow at CEO Action for Racial Equity. And David Mitchell, Founder and CEO of Better Outcomes for Our Kids. And leading the conversation is my colleague, Haley Romer, the publisher and Chief Revenue Officer at The Atlantic.
Welcome to this exciting session where we are joined by a few members of CEO Action for Racial Equity. For those that are not familiar with this organization, it was started by Tim Ryan, CEO of PwC, with the goal of mobilizing business leaders to help correct systemic racism and social justice through public policy. Today, we're here to discuss the state of racial equity in our country and what they're all doing to help create urgency around change. Personally, I can't think of any way to jump into this conversation without addressing the events of this week and, of course, more broadly over the past year and throughout our history. I was thinking where we might start is with just 2 days ago, on Tuesday, hundreds of executives signed a new statement opposing any discriminatory legislation that would make it harder for people to vote in this country. The statement represents the broadest coalition yet to weigh in on the issue, coming after a few big companies spoke up before a restrictive voting law passed in Georgia. And on Monday, of course, the news broke of another police killing of a Black man, Dante Wright, in a routine traffic stop. It's clear at this point that we continue to be in a vicious cycle where the effects of systemic racism are relentlessly coming to light. I'd love to hear from this group if and how the events of the past week alone are impacting you all personally and perhaps your work. Roy, maybe we'll start with you. Tell us a little bit about, how you're feeling this week and how the events of this week are impacting you personally.
Yeah, so thank you, Haley. It's great to be with you. You started it off right. It feels like we're in the emotional cycle that will not end. Clearly, the events of this weekend, coupled with the trial that we're all living firsthand, is a stark reminder of how important the work is that we're doing. It's also a reminder of how important it is for society to work in a way that it works for all of its citizens. So thank you for having us today. We're very excited about the work we're embarking on from a corporate perspective to help improve societal matters as we go forward.
Great, and we're gonna come right back to you with that in just a minute. But Felicia, I'd like to turn it over to you. Maybe talk for a moment about how you're feeling this week.
Oh yes, thank you, and thank you for having us. I have a 22-year-old son. He is about to graduate from college in a few months, and we're in the process of shopping for a car. And the events of yesterday really made me hesitate. I was very concerned. We've gone through the talk. We've all had the talk about what to do if you're stopped by the police. But these situations, they keep occurring. And as a mom of a young African-American male, I literally thought about not getting the car. And I tried to do the math of how many Uber rides would it take to break even on a car with insurance. And my son is like, no, Mom, we can't live in fear. And but that was just as a mother, I definitely had that hesitancy, and I feel the pain of the moms who have lost sons to these tragedies. And it really took me a couple days to come to terms with how this was impacting me emotionally and mentally, and how this was impacting my family, and just some basic decisions about an event that should have been exciting and joyous, his first car, really turning into something that I struggled with. So he's going to get the car, and I am going to deal with the fear that is real, and where we're just gonna just keep praying about it.
Moving forward. Gosh, it's amazing his perspective, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Ashley, do you want to jump in here?
Yeah. Briefly to Felicia's point, I also too have a 19-year-old nephew, and I'm actually in the process of getting a new car for myself and actually giving him my old car. And it's just to Felicia's point, that is kind of a tug of war, because it's like, will I be contributing to something that could potentially hurt and harm you or may even kill you? And thinking about that. So I think that's on top of minds for everyone. And, really looking at this fellowship and bringing it home and looking at corporate America and how we really engage in public policy. I work out of Edelman. Half of my day job is with Edelman, and half of my other day job is with the fellowship, CEO Action. And every year we do a trust barometer looking at societal impacts of the world and what's going on in our country and what's going on just around us. And there are over 33,000 participants in this survey. And essentially, we did it from late last fall up until this new year. And just brief 2 points, 88% of the respondents said they expect CEOs, to really speak out on societal change. And 68% of those respondents said, CEOs should step in when government does not fix societal problems. So I really think there is this high expectation of business to address and solve challenges that we're facing literally every single day. And I think it has never been more apparent, especially given, voting rights, especially given, the shooting of Mr. Wright earlier this week, especially given the trial in Minneapolis on George Floyd. So there's just a lot, we're really taking in as a fellowship and hopefully moving, major ideas and social contracts forward.
Yeah, I think that's right. That feels like a good place to bring it back to Roy. And then Roger, I'm going to put you on deck to come back to the point that Ashley made about the Edelman Trust Barometer and that 80% of respondents want CEOs to speak out on societal issues. But first, Roy, maybe tell us what CEO Action for Racial Equity is about. How did it come to be?
Yeah, so you may know that almost 5 years ago, a CEO Action for Diversity and Inclusion was started by a number of CEOs, Roger and others, Tim Ryan, my CEO, and many CEOs came together. And that was focused primarily on what can companies do inside their organizations. There were a number of pledges around training, sharing best practices, and creating a safe environment and a belonging environment for your employees. Well, right around the time of the shooting of George Floyd, there were a number of those CEOs that at the time had grown from 100 up to well over 1,000 companies and CEOs that said, should corporate America do more from a public policy perspective? And that's how it was born. We launched this effort, which is a subpart of CEO Action for Diversity and Inclusion. It's called CEO Action for Racial Equity. We launched it October 1. We have well over 100 companies that have contributed fellows for 1 to 2 years, just under a couple of hundred fellows that really focus on 4 areas: economic empowerment, health, public safety, and education. And we're really focused on where can we drive and influence public policy that address systemic racism and social injustice as it relates to these areas, and thereby improving societal well-being.
I love that mission. Obviously, it's lofty, but it seems like, really important work, and work that obviously the country is really hungry for. Roger, just bringing it over to you. I believe you personally signed the letter that was published the other day in the Times from, as I said, hundreds of executives. And in addition to that, as Roy said, you've been part of the CEO Action for Diversity and Inclusion and now for Racial Equity. Maybe tell us why you decided to participate in this organization and what you're doing to rise to the challenge that CEO Action for Racial Equity is putting out there.
Sure. Good afternoon, Haley. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
My screen says microphone muted, the lovely world we live in now of technology. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity. Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. Look, so for us, voting is really the bedrock of American democracy. You know, the history of voting in our country is not great. We've gotten to the point where people do have the right to vote, and we think it's just important that people are able to exercise that right. So I was very pleased on behalf of MassMutual to sign that statement. From MassMutual's perspective, we've been involved in DEI issues for well over a decade, and as that put us in a position when 2020 hit with the murder of Ahmaud Arbery and George Floyd, that we were able to kind of have some of the hard conversations internally. And being able to be part of CEO Action for Racial Equity was just a natural thing for us to do. I'm very proud that we have 6 MassMutual associates who are now fellows, including Pia Flanagan, who had been my chief of staff, who's serving as the COO. But hearing the data out of the Edelman Trust Barometer, I'm not surprised. I'm hearing every day from employees and from customers and from our communities, they expect us to have a view. They expect us to do things because in many cases, government is kind of abdicating. Government's encouraging, in many ways, unfortunately, the divides among us. And I think business has a really important role to play in society to remind us that we have a lot more in common than we have differences. And building a society that we can all be proud to be part of, I think, is a really important thing. And for a mutual company like MassMutual, we're started back in 1851. We're owned today by our policyholders as we were then. Making sure that our country is equipped to move forward is really important. So I'm proud that MassMutual has been able to be part of this.
I love what you said, Roger, about building a society that people are proud to be part of. And I do feel like that's a great point to sort of stop on and maybe toss it over to David. David, you're founder and CEO at Better Outcomes for Our Kids. And I think anytime you think about building a society people are proud to be part of, you can't help but jump right to children. Given what the Edelman study showed, that business for the first time is the most trusted institution in the world. Why is it important for businesses to take the opportunity to step into the public policy arena?
Well, I think that you have to have businesses a part of the conversation. They are leaders. They are, for the work we do at Book, you're really training our future leadership, our future business workers, our future government leaders, and the folks that are going to drive our economy. And so, I believe in some of the things that we're talking about with Book is to have this conversation be open, honest, and out front. And we have to, as leaders, not push these type of issues in the background. And I think when you start talking about what we do at Book and talking about with parents and community leaders about, journeys that they're trying to, set forward for their kids through K-12 education, part of those conversations are going to be about this fact. It needs to be something that is not taboo. Particularly when you talk about teachers, community leaders who are pushing in to be able to educate African-American children, the conversations in their households, and I dare say that may need to come into those classrooms around how to keep them safe and how to be able to continue a conversation that allows them to say, there's going to be a cadence that I need to follow when I am moving around to some of the earlier issues that is going to literally be a cadence that can help save my life when I'm coming in contact potentially with the police or others that may want to do them harm, cannot be something that we now don't bring to the forefront and make it part of a serious dialogue all the way from corporate America down to the school teacher, teaching, high school kids.
That's right. Roy, do you want to maybe share how the perspective from better outcomes for our kids has been critical for defining the how for CEO Action for Racial Equity's approach to public policy?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, and thanks to David and others. One of the things that was really clear to us and very important is that we were in touch and listening to the community, whether that be grassroots or some of the more well-known national organizations, the Black community in particular, such that we made the connection between the areas of policy that we were focused on within those 4 pillars and what was really needed. And so one of the things that we did right away was convene a number of organizations, again, such as Book and others, and ask the question, what is needed? This is a perspective that we see. How does that align to the needs? And so I'm pleased that our fellows have continued to do that in their work as we look to particular policies and issues. And organizations have been so giving. And a key tenet of our work is we come to this with the assumption that we don't have all the answers. There have been many that have been working incredibly hard for decades. And so we come to this with humility. We come to this with a notion of collaboration and convening, but with a definite sense that we can make a difference.
I love that. And you mentioned fellows. So Felicia and then Ashley, I'd love to turn it over to you both. And maybe you could share with us a little bit about what your participation in CEO Action for Racial Equity looks like as fellows. What have you been working on?
Felicia, you can.
Yeah, thanks, Ashley. I'll start. So my home company is Macy's, and my background is all finance, accounting, risk management. And I am a participant in the public safety pillar, and I work with a pod, or that's our name for a team. And just to share, we have a very diverse, multidisciplinary group that I am working with. There is a clinical psychologist, there is a former community activist, a seasoned project manager, an expert in supply chain, and a retired PwC partner. And just, as an aside, I would like to share that this is really the next evolution of diversity and inclusion. And what I mean by that is, yes, it is important for companies to focus on diversity and hiring diverse talent. That is hugely important. And the inclusion is also extremely important to allow people to feel respected and valued, and the ability to bring their authentic selves into the workspace. But what I have found by working with this really great team of fellows is that D&I done well and taken to the next level really means that I have the power to help set the agenda. I have the power to influence what and how the work gets done. My needs and my interests are taken into account. Everyone's contributions are recognized and rewarded. And in a corporate setting, rewarded may look like having the opportunity to take on more challenges, or to contribute more, or to be promoted. And so for me, and I'm sure for other fellows as well, this working relationship has really demonstrated that next level of DE&I, where it's more about having a seat at the table without the need to conform. And that has been hugely important to me. I think that's that's the best thing that I've recognized from the fellowship. And the one other thing I did just want to add really quickly here is the fellows have produced over 400 ideas and solutions to address issues of systemic racism across our 4 pillars, which is public safety, which, as I said, I'm a part of, education, economic empowerment, and healthcare. These 400 ideas have relevance, they have value, they have potential long-term sustainable impact to our home companies, and we are currently working on a way to develop tools and a delivery mechanism to provide all of these ideas and solutions. And some of them have been deeply researched, well thought out, and are ready for us to turn over to our home companies so that they can then engage and take some of these solutions forward. And so I will stop there. I am very proud of this fellowship and the work that we're doing. I'll turn it over to Ashley.
Yes.
I was just going to jump in and say it's amazing, Felicia, because you've got all those points down just perfectly. So I want to let's juxtapose and see if Ashley has it down as well, but also, maybe expand on that a little bit, Ashley, and talk about how some of the things that Felicia mentioned are in practice.
Right. So as I mentioned before, I am one of two fellows out of Edelman, which is the largest public relations communications services firm in the world. And the perspective that I think myself and the other fellow bring is just, really how to shape and message the different policy proposals that we put forward. My background is in public policy, particularly in financial services. And within the fellowship, I sit in the economic empowerment pod and pillar. And I will say, I think the beauty of the fellowship is we're not just geared towards one subject area, whether it be healthcare, whether it be financial services, whether it be, public safety. Like, all these things are really intimately connected. And I think the beauty of the fellowship as well is so many fellows from so many different backgrounds and just so many different experiences and perspectives, just really bringing their talents, to the forefront to really not only make the fellowship better, but really influencing and impacting policies that we eventually will share with the world and put forward. So Felicia pretty much essentially hit the nail on the head. And I'm really excited to be a part of it, because then half of my time when I'm back in Edelman, I can really share like, hey, this is what we're really moving on. And also sharing and highlighting how other companies may be moving the needle on something that we may want to look at as well. So it's just a good group of folks. And, we're all over the country, and, just different things are happening in the country. We're all different skill sets and levels. So it's not just very top heavy with, senior leadership. There are folks who are maybe 2 years into their employment at their respective company. So I do think that is just the holistic point of putting this all together. And I think Roy and team have done a fabulous job of doing that.
Yeah, it's needless to say, really inspiring. I love the idea that you're taking people from different organizations and having them work on challenges together, and then coming up with all of these solutions and ideas for ways companies can implement some of these recommendations. I'm wondering, Roger, from your perspective, you said you have several fellows as part of the CEO Action for Racial Equity. Can you talk a little bit about what they've brought back to Mass Mutual so far, and how, if and how you've been able to take some of the recommendations and implement them at your company?
Yeah, we've got folks at Mass Mutual that have been working on some of these issues, and then probably the greatest thing about having the fellows is they're able to focus. We kind of went the route of kind of seconding them fully, so they're kind of fully immersed. The ability to talk to all the other fellows and get thinking broad array. I mean, the 400 ideas, there've been 2 that have been crystallized, and there are more that are coming. But we've tried to kind of tie them in. So I'll give you an example on the economic empowerment side. Again, we put a group together. We called it our Black Strategic Initiative to say, hey, what can we really do to make a difference? And on the economic empowerment side, one of the things we did was create what we call the Mass Mutual Catalyst Fund. And the Mass Mutual Catalyst Fund is a $50 million fund intending to invest $25 million in Black-owned and Black-managed business in Massachusetts, and $25 million in technology companies that aren't in Greater Boston. Boston, obviously, a huge part of Massachusetts. But that's kind of in the real world of how do you get capital to entrepreneurs, Black entrepreneurs that can grow their businesses and hire people and help their communities. Another one is on the health side. The Boston Medical Center, we made a significant investment with them. Obviously, the pandemic, much more significant impact on communities of color. The Boston Medical Center is very active in helping bring health services there. And when the pandemic hit, we decided that was a great kind of area. So we're trying to get very local in some cases with some of these ideas, and then hopefully roll them up into bigger policy decisions. The other one we're super excited about, which is one of the objectives of the CEO for Racial Equity Group, is around the digital divide. If you do not have access to broadband today, how do you work remotely? How do you take classes? And just absolutely critical to be able to have access to internet and broadband to be able to participate in today's economy. So it's very very tactical on the one hand, but this ability to have all the conversations kind of connect together, because it is very interdisciplinary. There's no one solution here, and I love how Rory describes it. We come to this with a humble view. If this was easy, it would have been done already. But I think companies, it's overdue, frankly, that we get more involved, and that's what we're trying to do right now.
You mentioned focusing at the local level. Obviously, you've got a local name, local within your name. And that kind of brings me back to the beginning of the conversation and the events of the past week. And David, I didn't get to hear from you specifically on how the events of the past week, obviously in the context of the past year and then throughout our history, specifically have been impacting your organization and the kids that you're working with. So I would love to hear from you about that. And maybe you can share, how this is influencing your thinking moving forward.
No, that's great. I think it's been difficult, I must say. When you think about what's happening to African Americans in the hands of police officers, those conversations come home with you. You have to explain them to your children. I live in a community on the east side of Atlanta that's fairly mixed. So we've got a mixture of whites and blacks, and all different races. We've got a mix of what I call poor, working class, middle class, and upper class people. So my children are eighth graders at an Atlanta neighborhood charter school. They'll be going to a traditional public school in the fall named after one of our premier local leaders, Maynard Jackson. So they'll be going to Jackson High School, and they'll be in a mixed organization of kids coming from different perspectives, but all having the backdrop of what's happening to the Black kids that they're going to school with. And what I mean what's happening to those Black kids is that the conversations that are happening at home, at my house, are not being had at some of their homes, and they know that. And as these children grow up, many of them, I think one of our panelists here talked about, my children are 14. They'll be looking to be driving probably in the next 2 to 3 years. And I can tell you, when I got a car now 16, my parents weren't worried about the same things that I am worried about for my children. I literally are making the same calculations around Uber and saying, if you're moving around, the east side of Atlanta, how much does it cost for me to put you in an Uber or Lyft to get you there? Because you know how high school kids are. I mean, you start to get worried, in general when they're out past a certain period of time. But now as a father, I can imagine with my kids being out past, 10 or 11 o'clock, that could be life or death if they run into the wrong person or the wrong officer or someone in law enforcement that's not going to manage that the way that it does. And not a call from the precinct where your child's been arrested, but a call from the hospital saying that they've been killed. And so, those are the things that we're dealing with. You can imagine those conversations are being had around dinner tables. And I challenge a lot of my white neighbors and friends, and that we have our kids that go to school together to really understand. And I use social media a lot to do that with, is to say the conversations that are happening at my home are not happening in your home, and maybe they should be, because our kids are going to be coming together to go out on social outings. And literally, when I come to the window, lean down and see the 2 or 3 people in the car, they're going to watch me go through a certain type of conversation with, let's say, my son Deuce, where I'm going to tell him, if you get stopped, make sure your hands can be seen. Do not reach towards your glove compartment. Before you stop, have your license and everything ready. Speak clearly, speak knowledgeably. Make sure that he knows that you're engaged with the engagement that's happening right now in law enforcement. And I can imagine when I have that conversation and he's in the car with some of his white friends, they're going to probably say to themselves, I'm not getting this same cadence when I'm going out. That conversation is not being had to me with my father. And it's going to be ultra clear to his white friends that Deuce's father has got a completely different engagement when we go out with him than when I go out and I'm driving. And so those are the things that we're thinking about. I want to have those honest conversations through my organization, Better Outcomes for Our Kids, because again, we're focused on the entire experience, both what's happening in the classroom and how we educate our children on how to be good citizens, how to start to map out their life, get ready for their SATs, ACTs, how to start to get ready to go to college. Now this has to be part of that conversation when I have that audience in place. And how do you guys here stay safe when you are moving around? And that's just putting us in a different place today.
Yeah, I think you're right. And, I certainly don't have to point out for you that obviously over the past week, we're talking about a routine traffic stop. But in the case of Ahmaud Arbery or Trayvon Martin, we're talking about virtually at any point in your life, and the conversations that are happening with children and the conversations that you have to have with your children are frequent and devastating. And so I think that it's an interesting moment for people to step up all across the community and say, actually, we do have to have these conversations no matter what your household looks like. I have to be having the same conversations with my children so they can understand where their friends are coming from, irrespective of the situation that they're put in. Roy, on that note, I'm curious from your perspective, how the CEO Action for Racial Equity organization is thinking about, having these conversations. Or, it's one thing to talk about what businesses can do, but also as you think getting, more deeply into the community, how can they connect more closely with parents, or what is the role that this group can see playing in the lives of individuals that are not simply part of the business community?
Yeah. So first of all, I am privileged to be part of this panel, and I'm just listening to David and others. It really brings it home. I actually have a 13-year-old son who is fairly tall for his age, probably looks more like 16, and I have a 15-year-old daughter. And so some of the things we're talking about are the same things I talk about in my household. And so by day, I spend time working with fellows and on these issues, but in the evening at dinner, I'm also asking, how was your day? And, looking for those moments when I can also share and make sure they appreciate the challenges that we have sometimes on a day in and day out basis. So I just thank the panelists for sharing. So to your question, our work is really at three levels: the federal level, as you think about policy, at the state level, but also at the local level. One of the components of our work that came from a group of fellows is place-based work, where it is essentially, we picked 5 cities where we will be local. We will dive into those cities. Yes, we will leverage the work that the fellows have done, but really look for opportunities to get really granular with those communities at a very, very, very grassroots level. And companies and employees and customers live in cities, right? They live in states, but they live in cities. And so we're pleased that the companies that make up our signatories are all over the country, and they are definitely heavily in the 5 cities that we've selected. And we will be connecting on issues and issues of policy, but also various ways that the companies in a local way can drive that connection and that relationship. The thing that we know is corporate community and the CEOs that really get in, many of them do. I know our CEOs that are part of our signatories definitely do. They appreciate the responsibility of corporate in the communities at a very local level. And so what we're trying to do is find those areas of connection. Clearly, Roger and our other CEOs are busy at work. They're not waiting on us. They're already doing things. But we think efforts like our place base, we have a civic engagement group as well, will help make those connections at a very local level.
Yeah, it's really powerful, and I'm just still struck by all of the personal comments that you all are making. With the complexities and controversies that have come from corporate America responding to these issues, whether it's the issues we're discussing today or other sorts of issues, what does the future look like for the business community, mobilizing around systemic racism? Roger, maybe we'll start with you since you're CEO of MassMutual. Is this only a response to the moment right now? It's kind of the hot thing for corporations to do, or you think that companies are in this for the long haul and will continue to kind of get on board with this idea?
Yeah, look, I can't speak for all companies. Certainly, from MassMutual's perspective, this is a long-term thing. I mean, I kind of trace our beginnings here, really back to marriage equality and LGBTQ rights. The corporate sector was fairly active there. I do think somewhat of a watershed moment was when the BRT, where I think there were over 180 companies that signed a statement of the purpose of a corporation. And, the old Milton Friedman view that it was just about profits is really, I don't think it was ever right. But I think more and more companies are realizing commitments to employees, communities, customers, suppliers, and society overall really matter. Again, the Edelman data is, pretty stunning, right? 88% of people expecting CEOs and companies to play a role. The fact that we're more trusted big companies today than many parts of government is kind of stunning as well. So I view this as a really long-term issue. I was very fortunate. I've been in my role for over a decade at this point, and the general view is if CEOs don't reinvent themselves in their companies every kind of 5 to 7 years, there's something wrong. I had a really, really great mentor, my head of HR, as I was becoming president, who said, whether you're in this role for 1 year or for 20 years, diversity and inclusion is going to be something that's going to matter during the entire time. And she was prescient about that. And I'm really thrilled now that lots of CEOs are talking about it. Again, we're maybe in the second or third inning. But I expect it's going to continue for sure. And there's still some that say not business's role to speak out or to quote unquote take sides. I think in these basic areas of how our democracy works and how our country works, it's absolutely critical that we do stand up and speak out.
Right. They're not actually political issues, but as you say, democratic issues. Ashley, at Edelman, are you advising companies to speak out on specific issues?
Yes, daily, especially these past couple of months. But to the point of looking at this whole conversation, last fall, Citigroup did a study pretty much saying the U.S. suffered $16 trillion in GDP loss over 20 years due to racism. So challenging CEOs, it's you really can't separate the two because, I think it's not only a moral imperative, but, CEOs, board of directors, investors, it's a business bottom line imperative. And, the reality is, particularly looking at, voting issues, and voting rights and ensuring everyone has access to the ballot, it's really about whether we're going to protect democracy. And I think these two things are really, really intimately linked. If you lose democracy, you lose capitalism. And, we all work for companies that are involved and thrive through capitalism. Essentially, the United States is built, on capitalism. So, to disenfranchise or essentially effectively leave out swaths of people ends up being very problematic. And, I think, especially given the age and stage we are in with technology and advancements and everything is 24 hours and on camera and whatnot, people don't forget. So, some companies may very well want to stay in the shadows, but where does that lead you in the long run? And the reality is, it's like when you look back at this time period, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now, where will your company be? Will it be on the right side of history? Will it be on the wrong side of history? Like, where do you all see yourself? And I think that's the question a lot of organizations and businesses really have to ask. And I don't think it's political, really to make a statement to ensure that people are allowed to vote or ensure that people are allowed to walk down a street safely without, having something in the back of their mind like, will I be a target today? There's just so many components. And I think that's the beauty of this fellowship is so many of the fellows came together really with passion, like we really want to address these issues. And, whether we want to separate public policy and private sector, like these things are very intimately connected. And the reality is a lot of companies spend millions, if not billions of dollars lobbying for key issues that impact their bottom line. So I think this conversation is necessary. And I think, we are at a crossroads where we have to really seriously look at these things if we're going to look at a business bottom line and perspective.
Yeah, I think that's right on. Ashley, anything you want to add?
Or is it Felicia or
Oh, I'm sorry.
Felicia. No, thank you, Haley. No, I 100% agree with everything that Ashley shared. I would just say, I work for Macy's, and I understand that companies they have a complicated relationship with their regulators and their legislators. They're working to advance rules and laws that are in their interests and the interests of their shareholders, while at the same time, they're trying to engage in social activism that is consistent with their brand values and their principles. Because companies, they don't want to come across as disingenuous with their customer base, and they definitely don't want to send mixed messages to their employee base. So for me and my experience with Macy's is that it's really important to start and lead with your values, your principles, and your ethics. Because if you have that as part of your core mission, and you have that as part of your core operating procedures, as these social justice and social activism type matters come up, you're always sort of reaching back into your values, your principles, and ethics to really guide your response. And I think the more companies demonstrate that level of consistency, what it then messages to their employees are, okay, this is a company, this is a workforce that I want to recruit and retain, and these are people who are going to stay because I understand what this company is about. Not just from a product or service standpoint. And it also communicates, the consistency will ultimately communicate to your customer base also where you stand, and hopefully will result in a loyal customer base for those that are aligned with the company's values and principles and ethics. And for me, that's really, really important. And I appreciate that Macy's is always starting with that perspective. It doesn't always mean that everyone is 100% in agreement with the direction, but at least we can all agree on the starting point. And when backlash occurs, because backlash does occur, and we're pointing to our beliefs and our principles and our values and our ethics. And from a consumer standpoint, I'm not sure what else we can ask from a company in the area of social justice and social activism. But that's what I would encourage all companies to sort of think about and consider.
Roy, whatever the secret sauce is over there, the fellowship program, Felicia and Ashley are unbelievable spokespeople for the group. Obviously, it speaks to the tremendous work that you all are doing. I want to give David just a minute to jump in with some closing remarks before we have to kick it back to Roy and then close out.
Yeah, thank you. I believe we have an opportunity, and I think the opportunity is huge. But I also think we have an incredible risk if we don't challenge ourselves to tackle the issues that the fellowship is tackling. I was raised by baby boomers. I'm a Gen X. I am mentoring some of the younger generation, and I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt that millennials and Gen Z are going to punish companies who don't tackle them. They are. And it's going to be young Blacks. It's going to be young whites. And the further we get from the civil rights movement, the more those generations are coming together, and they are in fact putting racial issues aside, and they're dealing with issues of right and wrong. And I tell you, if the companies and the leaders of these companies and the wonderful work that you all are doing doesn't talk about that from a generational perspective, it's going to catch you like TikTok. You're going to look around and you're going to find out that they have teamed up against you. They understand that your policy is not fair on how you're dealing with racial justice, African Americans, your hiring policies, your recruitment policies, your promotion policies, and they're going to strike against you. And I see how those generations are moving. So this work is not only important, I think it's crucial that it's in the boardroom. It's crucial to your stock price. It's crucial to the ability for you to stay a going concern, not with my generation, but with the millennials and Gen Z, because I think they're coming and they're not going to take any prisoners. That's my last thought.
Roy, we're just about over time, but I want to give you the chance to close us out here.
Yeah, well, Haley, thank you. I tell you, with this panel, I could probably go on for another few hours. This is thank you for the opportunity to amplify and to highlight the work that needs to be done, the work that we're engaged in at CEO Action for Racial Equity. You're spot on. The key, I call it one of our superpowers, is the talent that we have, and you see it in Felicia, you see it in Ashley, and the other superpower is the support we have from our signatories and Roger and others. And it is challenging for me sometimes to say this, particularly with the events that has happened over the last week or so, but I am probably more optimistic and encouraged than I can remember. Corporate America does have a place in this search for societal improvement. I appreciate that everyone perhaps may be in different places, but moving forward and engaging in such a way that they invest in the talent to come together and grapple with well over 400 ideas and get them down and focused such that we can make meaningful change from a policy perspective is what we wake up and do every day. And I think, Haley, I thank you and this platform for featuring us. I thank the panelists, and onward and forward with encouragement and hopes for a better tomorrow.
Yes, well, I couldn't agree more. Thank you for your leadership here, Roy. Thank you, everyone, for your participation. It's worth noting, Roy, that this is not your sole job as CEO of CEO Action for Racial Equity. You are also Vice Chair of Societal Engagement and Public Policy Solutions at PwC. So I don't know how you do it all, but clearly what you're doing is working. So keep up the great work. Thank you all for your honesty, your vulnerability, and your really, really helpful insights and the tremendous work you're doing. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
We hope today's program was a valuable experience for you. Please take a moment to share your thoughts with us by completing our survey. Your input is very important in helping us shape future programming here at Atlantic Live. You can find a link to complete the survey in the chat. You'll also receive a link directly to your inbox following the conclusion of our broadcast. Thanks again to our speakers today and to our underwriters, Allstate, the MacArthur Foundation, and PwC. Thank you all for watching, and we hope to see you all again soon.